Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Skarsig, and I'm joined on the desk by Impetuous Panda. How you doing, my friend?
Doing great. Very excited to see what decks we have in store for us today. This is, of course, we continue to have some evolution throughout the meta. Still not completely stable, so I think there are still hopes of seeing some new stuff coming in pretty hot today as well from a great selection of players.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of great players, as always, but we've also got a lot of diversity. Again, the metagame right now, there's a lot to choose from when you want to either just play something you like, play a region you like, or try to counter what other people are playing. But I want to quickly remind our audience about the format for today's event. We do have our double elimination bracket set up with our 8 invited players from all over the EMEA region. All matches played today will be best of 3, with players bringing 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations and no champion overlap. They get to ban one of their opponent's decks and then have to play out the best of 3 with the remaining 2 decks. They're going to be splitting that classic $200 prize pool. And you got to remember as well, Panda, if the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, we will get our bracket reset, and then those top 2 players will play another best of 3.
Looking at the players for today, let's check out the bracket and what players we have invited. Of course, LoR coming back into the mix after a great performance and a win in last week's tournament. We have Tams coming from Jordan, so I think one of the first times a player representing Jordan in a final event, maybe the actual first time ever. We have Ace, our very favorite snail from North Macedonia, making a return, as well as the legendary Broken Ball from Italy. Pioro, the great performance in the last 2 fight nights from him. Very young player from Poland that's really doing a great job. Reached the finals last week, but wasn't able to overcome LoR in that grand finals and force a bracket reset. We have Simply Robin. We have Chuck from the Netherlands, another country that's not really as represented as you would expect from a pretty big country in Europe. And then, of course, we have Smooth Soloist from Germany.
All-star roster, as always. I think that by now the chat knows I'm a huge fan of Broken Ball. So I'm really excited to see what he brings, because usually the decks that he enjoys are the ones that I end up enjoying when I net deck. So, do me proud, BB. But we've got our first match already selected. It is going to be Smooth versus Chuck. Smooth Swallowist coming from Germany. And we know that out of all of the players in Germany, right? Germany was the premier, strongest region, I think, in the infancy of Runeterra. And then the individual players within that region were kind of all on par. And in order to kind of climb up and make a name for yourself within such a strong region and already such a competitive shard is, again, a huge achievement for Smooth here.
Yeah, especially with players like, Lobster and Gamebreaker taking a bit of a hiatus. Gamebreaker, of course, into Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, and Teddy, who haven't seen him in a while. And now players like Kurashi and Smooth Soloist are kind of the face of Germany when it comes to competitive Runeterra in the EMEA region. And then we have Chuck from the Netherlands, a player we haven't seen yet on Fight Night. It will be his Fight Night debut. And again, maybe has a debutant buff where a player comes in very hungry to prove what they're worth, to prove they deserve to be here, to be invited, and to be a part of Fight Night among some of the greatest players in this region. And that always, makes it so that they're going to play, at a very high level and really try their best to make a good impression.
Yeah, the players have kind of adapted to the climate of their shard, their competitive scene, and maybe just Fight Night. Generally, the players that like to play Fight Night Legends a lot. And so when you have these kind of outsiders jump into that mix, they have a much different read on what they think is going to be brought. Players sometimes just adapt to what they anticipate the meta is going to shift to based on what happened last week. So it is pretty exciting to see if there is some kind of grander strategy at play here for Chuck. But we're going to quickly take a look as well at Smooth Swallowist's lineups, see what he has chosen to bring today. And right off the bat, we've got Field of Mina. This is the Field of Rush with Ionia instead of Shadow Isles. This deck, really rose to prominence as essentially being the counter to the Shadow Isles variant. But having access to Will of Ionia and Deny gives you some play versus a wider variety of archetypes. You still want to play that massive win condition of Field of Rush, but then you have a much different matchup spread with minus Swiftfoot and that Deny.
Yeah, I think the game plan hasn't changed too much from past versions. Maybe it has a few new cards added here or there, a few tech choices, but the overall strategy for the deck is the same as it was very very long ago. Despite this not being the most popular version of this kind of very heavy feather control, it has always been a possibility that some players have decided to bring the seasonals and has had some success in the past for sure. Looking at the second deck, it will be for Smooth is going to be the Akshan Lee Sin. Another variant
Whoa.
that has seen play before, but isn't one of the more popular versions of kind of that archetype with Lee Sin. So Smooth going back to his roots, I think, going more into the creative deck building space and bringing out, some of the more exciting decks that we haven't seen so much of recently.
Yeah, Akshan Lee Sin benefits a lot from the new tools that Ionia and Shurima got in the recent World Walker expansion. And this certainly is not something that was on anybody's radar, right? After the Crescendum nerf, everybody's like, oh no, my Eye of the Dragon, but it's still a great card. You play it on curve, especially in a tournament setting. If anything's like too hyper aggressive and is making you worried, you maybe ban it out. But who knows? With Eye of the Dragon, Ionian Tailstone's giving you access to that health potion for a burst heal of 3. Having access to still Quicksand, you can still hang in there. And then going back to Ionia PNZ, we've got Victor Karma. Victor, after the recent changes, he got a little bit of a buff here and there. He's been seeing a great amount of play within this kind of old school Karma Ezreal shell instead. We've got a lot of early game with Ballistic Bot, Boom Baboon, Ferris Financier, but one of the weaknesses of this archetype for certain is its lack of card draw, and now we've got Sign and Thousand Tailed in here. Either you're going to die to the karma value, get buried under that avalanche, or, Victor is just going to get a bunch of keywords and eventually kill you. You've got a nice scaling mid-game fork happening, rather than I have to survive to 10, I have to get karma and Ezreal in play and try to kill you. You run into the same sort of Swain Leviathan problem, right, Panda? Where by the time you get to your win condition, either you can't get it to actually stick to the board, or you're just out of cards because you had to spend everything you had just to survive.
Look at the lineup for Chuck. We're seeing here now in the ban phase is going to be the Deserter Viego list with Noxus, of course, that became very popular 2 weeks ago as this new expansion launched. Now maybe has reduced a bit in popularity, but still a very, very strong deck. It's proven why. And here's the ban for Smooth as well. So I guess definitely making a statement that this deck is very dangerous to face. Then we have Bard of Felios on the other side. With, of course, a Winding Light as definitely a win condition, and all those extra chimes to have all those stats work perfectly for Aphelios. And then the final deck there was Heimer Jace. So a pretty interesting lineup all around for both players. I think it's going to be quite exciting. Definitely not kind of the very usual suspects when it comes to the meta tournament lineups.
Yeah, both of these players like their grindy control value decks, and I'm glad that Chuck recognized that Field of Mina is going to go above and beyond everything. That She Who Wanders, I believe, running 2 copies was just going to be way too much for any of Chuck's decks to handle for the most part. And then if you're going for Atrocity or just big plays with Deserter and Viego, the Will of Ionia just like really slips you up. So very smart to ban that. And as we get off the ground here in this matchup, when you're playing the Heimer Jace, the potential to just keep outputting threats is absolutely massive, right? Smooth is going to have to do like double Get Excited or Get Excited Mystic Shot to actually answer the Heimerdinger. But as long as you can play a couple spells in response to that removal, you still have the turrets, and we'll see if Chuck... It's the battle of removal and value versus just threat generation.
Right away, very passive start here with the Ballistic Bot and the Ignition used right away. Getting that attack total a little bit higher, because obviously after the nerfs to 0 attack means that unless you use an ignition right away, this Ballistic Bot is basically dead in the water. With 0 attack, can't really enter combat, can't really do anything at all. So you have to try and get it to at least 1 or 2 so it can actually have some impact when it comes to combat.
Forge of Tomorrow, great setup here on curve. You get your 3/3 Forge Worker. The next time you cast a 6 mana spell or more, you get 3 mana refunded. So it allows you to take those really big tempo swing plays and still keep some mana in reserve to be responsive on the next turns. If the timing of Forge of Tomorrow really hits, it gives you this big chance to snowball the game. Going for 6 mana Production Surge.
Very strong tempo start from Chuck with both Forge Chiefs especially. and one already kind of connecting and couldn't really be answered at all by
Oh God, no! I was hoping that would be a shock blast or something, but this
sad.
is the disaster. Yeah, the production surge decides that it is appropriate to put all the mana into one floor begone elusive turret rather than, you know, going a little bit wider to keep up with this board. Smooth has the elusive blocker. Really, really sad outcome from Chuck.
And that whole tempo heavy start where you had this board, you're trying to get this massive swing in, trying to make, you know, Smooth trade away both of the elusive, maybe the Eye of the Dragon as well. In this case now, not going to be as effective as you would have hoped for.
Yeah, I know, like, tough, elusive turret, or the fearsome turret would have been excellent there. And so Chuck is just left with this 6 mana nothing play. Like, Smooth is not worried about it at all. Has the Mystic Shot here for the Eye of the Dragon, but
2 cards in hand as well. So all of that start that you know, if you are able to maintain that same pressure, that same lead that you had in terms of the spell mana that was generated for free, essentially, great. But now because of this turret that was summoned, it's just, you know, your hand is pretty empty and you don't really have, again, much of a game plan going on here.
If I was Smooth, I probably would have attacked. Chuck is going to want to hold on to that 6 attack until they can find a way to remove the Daring Poro. And if they trade away the turret, it was a trade that you would normally take anyway. You know what I mean? So now we're like in this situation where you miss 1 damage. I don't know. It's a small thing for sure.
This Glorious Evolution now maybe Smooth identifying that the game is all of a sudden going pretty slow. The Jace coming down on the board will change that a little bit, but still there's a chance that Glorious Evolution can be played, and you can look at it at a long-term game plan where you get so much value from this very expensive spell, but a spell that's going to give you, you know, pay you back that cost for sure in the next few turns.
Reducing the cost of all the spells in this deck. Again, with Sign and Thousand Tailed for the upper curve, you're going to draw even more cards. All of these small units like Flame Chompers going to start scaling up thanks to the Glorious Evolution, and Smooth Soloist is in a unique position to just cast this, right? Because Chuck had that incredibly tempo negative play, is only just now starting to reestablish threats, you know, several rounds later, and with the Jace.
Despite this play being maybe a little bit risky, the entire hand is just so reactive from Smooth. He has no choice really than to do this because he couldn't just, you know, wait and see if Chuck would do anything, because at the end of the day, he has to do something with this 10 mana that he has saved up for this turn.
And that's the trick with, this is an inversion of what Chuck just did, right? You take this tempo negative play, and maybe it results in a long-term gain for you. Chuck's got 2 cards left in hand, but those are just the cards that he needs. The Heimerdinger, the Mystic Shot, and now we've got Jace being able to pull this Flame Chomper to the side, and Chuck's going to push through a little bit more damage. We've got Will of Ionia. We've got the Ionian Tellstones. A lot of ways to put a stop to this damage that's coming in.
We'll see how happy Smooth is to go down to 0, or to 8 HP rather, not 0. 0 would be, I think, pretty worrisome for Smooth, but 8 HP, not so much maybe, despite Chuck having a deck that does have access to some amount of burn, obviously. So there is some risk with Shock Blast, and if you get excited, etc., that can become a problem if you go too low. But the Ionian Tellstone with the health potion at burst speed, I think, makes that a little bit less worrying.
Smooth, I think, is just saying, if I can cast 3 spells, that's triple augment, my Flame Chompers goes up to 3 attack, and then I can get this Jace out of the way. Beautiful. So we stop that 6 damage from coming through, potentially up trading to the Jace, and now we just have to worry about this Heimerdinger. Unfortunately, even though we have the double get excited for the Heimerdinger, he'll still be able to cash in, hopefully, some spells on curve. Oh my god, the second production surge! Chuck tapping out once again, gonna get 11 mana worth of turrets in play, and gets the T-Hex.
At this point in the game now, the Will of Ionias are a bit, not useless, but not as effective, because there's going to be so much mana to work with, and Chuck has no real cards to play anyway, so, you know, sending anything back to hand doesn't really do too much in this case, especially with Heimerdinger. You know, it's not that expensive anyway, so we really need to kill this champion.
Gets another T-Hex anyway on the production surge. The Will of Ionia is nice. You send the 8/8 back. It is still 8 mana. If it's sent back to the hand, but having no deny there, so unfortunate for Smooth. No Victor set up in the early game to continue to scale. We are 1 round off of Karma, though, so maybe she can come down. She now, remember, they did change her so that when she's leveled up, she still retains that ability to give you a random spell. So there is still a lot of potential value here. We can hold back this double T-Hex, but this is exactly what I was afraid of, Panda. Heimerdinger and his threat generation is just too much for this deck to handle. PNZ specializes in dealing with a lot of small threats, and Will of Ionia can let you deal with one big threat, but when you have a combination of both, it becomes very clunky, very awkward to keep up with all of this pressure while your Nexus health dwindles.
Happy to bounce back one of these T-Hexes back to hand. Looking at the burn in the deck for Chuck to see what might be possible, depending on how low Smooth goes. There are actually no good Exciteds in the deck whatsoever. There are going to be a few copies of, 3 copies actually of Mystic Shot, but I think we saw 2 already in this game, so only really 1 is left. And
we've got Albus Ferris that can deal direct damage to the Nexus, and also the Piltover Tellstones. Chuck is running 2 copies. That allows you to pivot into copies of Aftershock for direct burn, or Hextech Transmodulator, transform one of your other turrets into a T-Hex, do something cheeky like that. Smooth still has 2 copies of Deny available.
And there's a second Will of Ionia in hand, just in case anything cheeky does come into play. With all the spell mana that is currently saved up for Chuck, or not spell mana, but mana in general, 13 mana to work with on this turn, with this current attack on the stack. And it could be a lethal attack if Chuck is able to commit one of these 3 cards he has in hand into play, but it seems like they're not really relevant for this current attack here, so just gonna accept that and bring Smooth down to 6 HP now on the Nexus.
Yeah, Chuck even giving up the Heimerdinger there, saying, well, he's kind of done his job. I have a bunch of wide threats. I bought myself a lot of time to draw more cards. And Albus Ferris, Chuck went all the way down to 2 cards on what was it, round 4. Got a really bad outcome with that first production surge and has just been top decking his way to victory. Got the Jace, then the Heimerdinger, production surge number 2, and now Albus Ferris getting the Jace. It's exactly what you want, again, to convert into bodies and pressure. Smooth's removal just can't keep up. Eye of the Dragon never had a chance to get off the ground and get Dragonlings to help out with the defense here.
And very unfortunate draws from Smooth. The start was okay, but then just didn't find a single champion, a single really, important card that can actually do something relevant at this point in the game. So just slowly bleeding away into nothingness at this point.
Yeah, again, no Victor for that scaling threat. Deny to stop that second production surge would have been absolutely massive. But now we just don't have a way to keep up with this pressure.
We'll see now. Yeah, I mean, this is fine to stay alive. You're healing a bit as well. And just, what do you do next turn? Albus Ferris is here. There seem to be more and more threats that are being developed on the side of Chuck, and the complete opposite on the side of Smooth. The Jace comes in that was drawn from the Albus Ferris at this point, and yeah.
Oh yeah,
troubling
Andy's leveled
times.
now. Yeah, we're gonna get the acceleration gate for the AOE. So unfortunately, Smooth is just gonna have to give this one up. There's no way to stop this. Again, with no Deny even to stop the acceleration gate. Even if you do, there's just too many stats coming at you. Chuck has 1 more Mystic Shot left. Albus Ferris deals direct damage to the Nexus when he attacks as well. So just way too much burn in my opinion.
There's a Will coming in now just to have the Dragonling next turn and just, to force this unit to come down for the full cost next turn as well, where you can't do it at this point, but just, you can easily just summon in the Forge Workers instead for the spell mana and have another full open attack next turn that is going to be incredibly hard to deal with 1 Get Excited in hand. That to use, you have to burn your top deck essentially, or a top deck that can do something. And yeah, Cyan is great, but I think it might be too late here.
Here it is, the acceleration gate. No denies drawn. No way to stop this. And it's just, and don't forget, it's not just the keywords as well. You just have the attack boost. If anything gets through here and connects with the Nexus, there's nothing to be done. And we're finally getting the draw. Even the Glorious Evolution and the augments, just isn't enough to keep up here. Challenger on the turret. Through.
Have some healing, you have a little bit more, but it's just too much, too many stats, too much to do here. I think with this current attack, you see -46 currently threatened on the Nexus. Is there a way to survive this? I really don't think so. No.
No, I mean, Stand United. Oh my god, that's funny. You do get the barrier.
It's a lot of stats,
so that you can survive the quick attack. And because you stand united, you break the challenger? Oh, I didn't know that actually works. That's tight. But yeah, still not enough blocking potential.
It showed the potential of the deck, though. If everything goes right, if you have, all these tools, especially with the Glorious Evolution being played earlier on, it could work, but just no champions all throughout that mid to late game, no real powerful cards, and at the end of the day, there just wasn't really a fight, from Smooth with this current deck, just because of the draws. At the end of the day, it came down to just non-consequential draws, too many turns in a row, basically.
Mm-hmm. It's that old problem of Ionia PNZ, right? Is you have to spend all of your resources just trying to keep up with decks that sometimes have the ability to generate a lot more tempo than you're expecting, and then you can't reload. Here's the denies, both of them in hand, one game too late, but now we're going into another value style of game where this Targon Bard, right? Aphelio's Bard, I think, was like the first breakout Bard deck that players tried, and it felt really good, and then it started to fall off because it couldn't quite get there. Because this deck needs the chimes and needs the bards to start off.
Is going down. Starry
Double
Scam.
Eye of the Dragon.
A card that has not seen too much play, but all of a sudden, look at this opening play. And you have the Serpent.
The forbidden combo. Doesn't go for the Serpent to push one more damage there.
Already down to 15 on the Nexus on turn 1. Very, very much a more explosive start that we're used to seeing at the very beginning of the game. That being said, all of a sudden the hand is down to 3 cards. So there is a trade-off for having all 3 of these units on the board already.
Wow. And now we've got Serpent coming through. Second Eye of the Dragon. This could be a very easy stabilization, though. This kind of ties back into my other point, Panda, is that even though this deck has a lot of swarm potential, the units are, because they're Targonian, they're very tiny. You need the chimes, you need the Bard to actually turn this into a threat. Whereas the Bard Demacia style decks that we're seeing that are much more popular nowadays have units that are threatening on their own, and the chimes just become icing on the cake.
Calibrum coming in right away to try and take down one of the Eye of the Dragons, but there is going to be a defensive option, a defensive combat trick with Twin Disciplines for Smooth to keep his Eye of the Dragon alive and start gearing towards the Great Wall of the Dragonling defense that we've seen so much in the past with Lee Sin. Not the full 3 of the Eye of the Dragons yet. That's almost unbreakable, but 2 is also very, very scary, as you mentioned, for a deck like this, that we're seeing all these puny little units that will eventually just trade off Dragonlings.
Having the Sunburst as well is massive too, because if Victor comes down in the mid game, or Smooth has to take that risk of playing an early Karma just to get a card, then that's just going to come through, remove that threat, remove that speed bump, and let Chuck try to continue with this early tempo. Another thing I'm kind of worried about here, Panda, is Smooth's ability to keep feeding the Eye of the Dragons or not. They currently aren't active. 1 Twin Disciplines was cast. So Mystic Shot on the Scamp would allow you to get both of your Dragonlings down.
That's the consideration. And I think it's fine. I mean, you're kind of trading off in terms of the current hands for both players, where your opponent only has 2 cards in hand, and maybe you're fine just using a Mystic Shot kind of a little bit more carefree, just throwing it out there without it being too impactful.
Interesting. So goes for the Ionian Tellstone for the healing potion. So a little bit of an overlap here when it comes to your spell generation, because that's 1 free proc for the next round, but wants to save this Mystic Shot for something very specific, I guess. Maybe Esmus might be on Smooth's radar as something that you want to snipe and get out of the running. I'm just double checking the list because some versions run it, some don't. Yeah, this one doesn't have Esmus. I'm not sure what the Mystic Shot's being saved for, but maybe Smooth recognizes I can't fight for the board, and I just need to save all of my burn instead.
And we're in the same situation again. You had to use a second spell there. And as you mentioned, very, very good observation that it would be maybe difficult to get these procs on every single turn from now on. And that's the case. Having to burn a deny that would have been great against one of these sunbursts in later turns. Although there isn't really a great target for sunburst that isn't already kind of extremely overpaying in terms of killing an Eye of the Dragon. So maybe it's fine to let it through.
Smooth also trying to run some calculations. Can I get away with only one Eye of the Dragon from this point? I'm still at 17 HP. I've got the Daring Poros to help block. I've got a lot of burn in hand. It's definitely a very close consideration if you just let this Eye of the Dragon go down. If the Serpent's really worth a Mystic Shot. Meanwhile, over on Chuck's side, he's got the second Aphelios, has that Gifts from Beyond in the hand, can get Calibrum to snipe the other Eye of the Dragon. And that's also a big consideration for Smooth to worry about.
Very good use of these Poros. I assume gonna maybe just get excited fodder for the most part, at least one of them, to maybe try and threaten this Aphelios. At this point in time, though, just a lot of mana being burnt from Chuck unless he's able to use it effectively here.
Yes, he Gifts from Beyond, knows that that's another copy of Aphelios, and this is the outcome. You don't save your first Eye of the Dragon. Calibrum comes to snipe the second. Maybe they bought enough time, though, Panda. This is game number 2 where we don't have a victor in the game on curve to keep up some additional scaling threats.
Oh, as you were mentioning his name, he heard Skarzik's call and he came to fruition into the hand off of that last top deck. Something we were missing in the last game. We talked about.
He gets absolutely annihilated.
I was hyping him up. I was giving him the wrestling
and discarding
entrance.
That deny right earlier ends up being a big punish here with the Sunburst for the victor. Gravitum coming onto the Daring Poro, and despite Chuck being in the driver's seat for this entire game, still can't really convert into any threat. Like, we haven't hit any chimes yet, no Bard, Winding Light still waiting to come out, only 2 copies in the deck, and this was one of the issues that made this particular variant of Bard kind of fall off, is because, again, you without the chimes, you don't have a reasonable amount of threat to close out games before some bigger bombs and some wilder win conditions start to come online.
Aphelios number 1 is now taken care of, and we'll see if there are any more threats that can be. Oh, there's a Karma. So now, thankfully, opposite to last game, there are actually threats being drawn on Smooth's side that he can develop and try and protect it and kind of form a game plan around, because that was what was missing entirely in the last game. He was just on the defensive the entire game and was never able to do kind of his own thing in terms of Smooth's current deck.
And Chuck very smartly keeping that 6 mana open, threatening the Sunburst. There are 3 copies of Sunburst in this deck. Usually players will opt for only 1 or 2, but going in on 3 means that you really love that silence plus the damage. Great for dealing with like Legion Deserter, Viego, and just other mid-game important threats like this.
Karma, of course, maybe not the best time to come down, considering a second Sunburst is waiting to be unleashed. The cannon has been loaded and it's ready to fire the moment another big threat comes down.
Oh, I like that. I like just going for the open attack, passing the priority, seeing what Chuck does first. Great options here off of the Solari Priestess. Ironically, the Warrior looks pretty good here. Ooh, Lord have mercy.
It's
Dawn
back.
and Dusk. You've got to do the unlicensed innovation. Yeah, they
back.
always take the unlicensed innovation. I think that Karma, Dawn, and Dusk is the way to go. So you gotta just go pop off mode.
It's crazy how on ladder
like
and
6 mystic shots.
On ladder and playing the Pharaohs, I just never pick unlicensed, never play it. But in Fight Night, it seems like every single day we're watching this card played, more than many of the top tier meta cards as well.
Like, what were the options? It was Dawn and Dusk, Hextech Transmogulator, and then Unlicensed Innovation. And I guess if you just need something to play that you can block, like, that's all you can hope for here, Panda. 6 mana, 5/5. Why is it a 5/5? If it was a 6/6, I could maybe see it. But Lord, at any rate, like, we can't even duplicate it with Karma because you're forced to just spend it early. I could certainly see that. If Smooth was in a better spot, duplicating the Unlicensed Innovation with the Karma would be very, very good. But we're still in just pure survival mode.
This is now, of course, the Bard being stunned, only taking 2 damage here, so going down to 9 HP for Smooth. We saw before there's the option for the health potions. There's many different options for, the extra effect. And this is very scary now. Smooth has to be careful. He cannot play this Karma unless you go under a certain mana for Chuck, or maybe even at any point in time on this turn. He wants to maybe play it on 10, so he has the immediate double spell effect the moment she comes down.
Lunari Priestess gets the Scourge. Oh my lord. So here's the thing. You know that one deny got discarded, so you don't want to take the Cosmic Rays, even though it's really good versus Smooth board. But the Scourge here just allows you to immediately convert. No chimes required, no Winding Light required. The Scourge was Winding Light before Winding Light came out.
This is where things get a little bit scary now. First, the attack from the Elusive can come through. Just that one bit of damage might be the difference maker, considering there's a double effect coming down with Karma on 2 Mystic shots, and I get excited. So a lot of burn currently in hand here from Smooth, and he might be able to steal this game away. All of a sudden, no mana really available for Chuck now. Only 3 spell mana to deal with this Karma. I think it won't be possible.
Let's go. We got Karma leveled up in play. Chuck has to tap out for this big line, right? As I said, everything else that's in play currently is not threatening enough in order to truly close out. We've got duplicated Ionian Tellstones for the healing potion now, so you can go back up to full while also just burning your opponent down. Just gonna discard it though. Can't you go? You can pop the Ionian Tellstone first, right, and get two cards, and then discard one of those.
Yeah. Do you have the mana for everything though? You don't. That's the problem. You
yeah,
do.
because the card is fleeting.
Oh, you do. You have you have exactly 8 mana for both get excited, or for 1 get excited, both Mystic shots, and just to pop the Tellstone without having to use a second one. But I guess it's the same result.
So it's 4, 8 plus 6, so that's 14. It's exact lethal with no healing. Just has to go all out.
There's Guiding Touch in hand.
Yep.
For
Guiding
Chuck.
Touch to survive here.
And gonna have to rely now on the top deck from Smooth. It has to be Burn, and I'm not sure he's gonna have what it takes to get there. With the current deck, it's not really a burn deck. It has burn potential, of course.
I wonder if you could wait one more turn to just go into the next round with tons of mana, because Chuck is going to attack. Everything you're doing is still at fast speed. I guess you're just trying to pull the trigger and say, this is the highest chance I have of ending the game before they actually draw the healing. But Chuck already had the double Guiding Touch. Counterfeit off of Karma, not going to do it. Can we roll? Inside of Aegis! Okay, Panda, everybody cross your fingers in the chat. He's truly blessed. Burst speed, 4 cards generated.
Time trick. We keep going.
Predict, draw 2. Wait,
7
he's
mana to work
digging.
with. Oh!
Get excited! Never punished. Let's go! Actually popping off with the counterfeit copies, putting more get excited into the deck.
Another blocker.
And another blocker. We got 6 mana going, 6 damage going to the Nexus.
There's only a guy that you can't out heal, and that will be game 2 going to Smooth. Ties up the series in a game that we thought was completely over. Had to draw something to get that one last bit of damage on the Nexus, and finds a perfect chain of cards to do it. So great game from Smooth. Really showcases what Karma is capable of, where all of a sudden you think the game is over, but if it's turn 10, if she's enlightened and she's on the board, a lot of things can happen still.
And remember, Panda, going all the way back to, what was it, turn 3, where he went for the Tellstone and saved the Mystic shot. Smooth was saving burn and building up towards that win condition from the very beginning of the game. Knew exactly, this is how I win. There's no way I'm going to be able to contest board versus a deck like this, and kept that burn, held onto it for dear life, and it paid off there.
Now going into the game 3, finally we're going to be seeing Smooth's second deck, whereas Chuck is going to be still on the same Aphelios Bard, same strategy we've been seeing the last game 2. And now into game 3, Akshan Lee Sin is coming into play on the side of Smooth Solar. So we'll be able to see what this deck is capable of and why Smooth prefers it over maybe more traditional versions of Lee Sin.
Yeah, having the extra value of Akshan is just super valuable. Getting a little bit more tempo on the board, having some early game, means that you can just contest directly rather than having to play incredibly reactively with the Eye of the Dragon, right? And we've got another mini combo coming out here. Discards the Bard in order to get the Equinox. You can set up with the Starry Scamp here. And this just goes to show, right? Chuck doesn't care about the Bard. He's going to put the Origins and the Chimes in the deck regardless. You want your nice Sky Shadows, Lunari Priestess, Nightfall combo here.
As any good player, Smooth has the Akshan on turn 2 with the attack token, as is planned always when you queue up with Akshan into any game. Able to get down the Palace right away, get that landmark ticking, and get a little bit of damage on the Nexus as well with the Akshan.
And you just love having that value, right? Akshan can just attack, get that acceleration, can block if you want to. And once we get that predict draw, it's the same thing for Sivir Akshan. You find that missing piece that's going to tie the rest of your hand together.
Equinox comes down right away. I have a dragon, maybe getting a taste of its own medicine, considering usually Ionia with Targon is using a lot of Equinoxes of their own to kind of stunt their opponent's game plans.
And so Lunari Priestess getting a lot of spells offered here. Takes the Meteor Shower, looking to clear this board and go for a really big swing. Vagabond hits the board, accelerates the Warlord Palace, advances it by 2 rounds. So already Smooth is about to unlock this very powerful. So Meteor Shower to take down the Akshan. Doesn't want that Sentinel's Horde to hit the board just yet. Is there a deny here? Of course not. There's only 3 mana available, and Chuck taking advantage of that lull in Smooth's defensive potential to try to find some tempo here.
Gonna open up for potential, not really an attack next turn. There's still a lot of awkward, trades that can happen on Smooth's side if he's able to block, into the 1-1 with a 1-3, for example. So not really opening for an open attack off of that play there. But again, I think just trying to deal with the Akshan before it gets out of control.
Goes for an open attack. Yeah, the double winding light draw isn't it. And I think that a lot of players might get kind of baited into, well, I've got winding light, so I just want to protect my board in the meantime. But Chuck is trying to clear a path already, because if Smooth doesn't have any blockers, the damage that you're losing now is going to be made up later with just a winding light with only 1 or 2 things in play.
Mm-hmm. Still a value trade here with save on the Vagabond, now at 5-1. I'm going to go down to its normal stats into this next turn, and both players just really not much they can do on this turn. Pretty passive hands and just really expensive hands on the side of Chuck with, like as you mentioned, both Winding Lights. The Sunburst, a very reactive 6-mana spell.
Oh Lord. So this is a really tough decision. We can have Lee Sin to try to pressure for the win, or we play the Akshan to get the Sentinel's Horde down. And Smooth recognizes, right, that Chuck is having a little bit of trouble keeping up the pressure, and so can take this more value-oriented line and get this leveled up, get this extra pressure down, has the Absolver for whenever Lee Sin decides to come out of the woodwork. And even though Sunburst is hitting the Akshan here, it doesn't really matter, because the Sentinel's Horde being in play is all you care about. Mm-hmm. What do you think about this homecoming play?
It depends how much you value, really, this Akshan. It's the problem is the hand, really, for Smooth is just very reactive, and there's not much to work with, so maybe you have to go for it.
Yeah, we have enough mana for homecoming. You're giving the Spacey Sketcher back to Chuck,
which is not great.
If they can generate another Equinox or a Crescent Strike.
Looks like it's going to be the consideration for Smooth. The mana isn't really relevant because this mana would be burned, maybe, for the most part, from Smooth anyway. So it's just about, is this worth it? Does this kind of move my plan forward? And it looks like it does, because, as I mentioned, there just isn't much more to center around in the current hand for Smooth.
You get to tick the Sentinel's board by targeting Akshan with the homecoming. Then you replay him and it happens again. Then you get to attack and it happens again. So already going to get access to this massive burst from the Font of Power.
And the first big boy comes down, 8-7 Overwhelm. There is going to be a stun in hand for Smooth. Has a way to deal with it right away. The moment it comes down, just immediately gets hit by a concussive palm, a backhand right there. And from for now, that's one turn that this has been dealt with. It will double down on the next turn. We see a second Winding Light already in hand.
Yeah, Chuck just played out that first Winding Light as a big threat. And now, as we head into the next rounds, we've got Spacey Sketcher plus Winding Light, Pale Cascade for the burst speed Nightfall activation. So Chuck is now starting to get to that point where each turn becomes more and more threatening. Smooth does have that Quicksand in hand, has a Homecoming as well from the second Ionian Tellstones. There's also a couple copies of Shurima Tellstones in this deck too, so we have access to Spirit Fire or even Weight of Judgment to nail down either a wide board or a tall threat. So overall, it's going to be very difficult for Chuck to actually find a win despite the amount of pressure that seems to be building currently.
With Spacey Sketcher able to get a little bit more units to work with for the Winding Light, you have the Serpent now as well. It can be, a challenger, also able to kind of snipe down a certain unit that might be problematic, like the Action maybe, or the Pale Cascade especially.
Yeah, Smooth thinking about just going for the Absolver right now in order to get the Sentinel's Horde up. Get that Font of Power, just reload, draw a ton of cards, find maybe a way to push some damage through, but saving the Absolver for the Lee Sin seems to be the real game plan here.
Or saving it for a bad block here from the Winding Light, for example, and all of a sudden you can try and push that extra attack damage and try and kill it off on this turn. That might be the consideration here. We're going to see exactly what Smooth wants to do. He has a Quicksand to deal with overwhelmed targets as well next turn, so as long as it's a chump blocker, it's not really a big deal.
Forcing Chuck once again to trade down really hurts the viability of the Winding Light to buff a wider board. Only a couple chimes have been hit here.
And an aggressive play here, playing out 6 damage, connecting on the Nexus now, going down to 6 HP for Chuck off of this play. Not really, again, worried about Chuck's game plan because he knows he has the defensive tools to kind of stall out for 1 or maybe 2 more turns even.
Pushing through 9. This deck doesn't have any direct damage either. If you're playing against the P&Z Ionia, you get a little bit nervous when you get knocked down this way because of Get Excited, especially like we saw in the last game. Pale Cascade, drawing a card, blocking just 1 more point of this overwhelm damage, looking for some outs here. Can reestablish a board very, very easily with the Starry Scamp now and the Serpent. Has the Sunburst to also get rid of the Auction.
That's one less Sunburst that is there to deal with Lee Sin when he is, finally found and finally comes into hand as well. I have a Dragon will come in, replace the Auction, get a Dragon Link to block next turn. Can very easily chump block with that after playing out Quicksand on the overwhelm threats.
Font of Power just draws 2 cards. Really nothing else to be done for the turn, so can't take advantage of that mana discount. But just having the Deny is great. And as we head into the next round, we got 2 chimes hitting with the Serpent at 0 mana into Winding Light number 2. Chuck could still find the threat that he's looking for, but the Shurima Tellstone off the top finds the Weight of Judgment to snipe this first Winding Light.
Nothing in hand for Chuck to really react to any of the spells or any of the interaction that Smooth will put forward. Only units and kind of stats and overwhelm keyword is really the only thing that Chuck has going for him right now. And unfortunately, there's a way to stop this game plan from Smooth.
Has the Quicksand just waiting now. The amount of blockers, the amount of value just kept up perfectly with Chuck. And the amount of chimes that have been hit this game have just been really lackluster. The Bard was discarded early on to enable a more aggressive synergy, and we didn't have that repeated value of just a big, high HP unit that was able to attack and defend. And there's no way to know, right? Because of the RNG of the chimes, there's no way to know which line would even end up being correct.
We'll see now. Chuck forced to attack, really doesn't really have much of an option considering his game plan, but looks like he's just attacking just with his Serpent, trying to get the value trade onto the Eye of the Dragon. I'm not sure if Quicksand wants to be used here for just this attack. You're only taking 2 damage, and the Eye of Dragon can't really be saved unless you want to spend 2 copies of the Absolver in this case, which I don't think really is the best of game plans.
Smooth on the remaining turns, losing out on 2 ephemeral blockers here. Would only have a 3-1 left in play. has to top deck some units here to actually defend. You know, Quicksand can only do so much for you if you don't have blockers to supplement your defense. Meanwhile, Chuck sitting on that Celestial Trifecta.
A way to refuel his hand.
Oh
finds
no,
a
double
second coffee
Trifecta.
now
Here it
as
is.
well.
The value is there for Chuck. Just has to reach out and take it, Panda. Trifecta gives you one choice from each of the 3 brackets of invoking, right? You get the Spacey Sketcher set, the Solari Priestess set, and then the Star Shaping set.
It is a burst speed spell, so there's no chance for deny to come in. So these 2 denies currently in hand for Smooth. Very clunky. We're going back to what happened in game 1, where there was just no champions. There was no clear win condition for Smooth. He was just slowly bleeding out with cards that weren't really as effective as they could be for the current state of the game. And that's happening again now in game 3.
Oh no, Smooth just passes. He was hovering the Tellstone thinking, can I just maybe recall this Recurrent Vagabond, advance that Sentinel's Horde a little bit, try to get that predict draw, find a Lee Sin or something to close out this game, but doesn't want to pull the trigger. And now Chuck gets some reactivity here.
It's a lot of options now coming into the late game. A perfect way to just refuel your hand and have so many different things that you can have to answer Lee Sin the moment he comes down. There are going to be denies, of course, but you can double down on Obliterate effect,
what
stun
a
effect.
Spread. Crescent Strike, Falling Comet, the Destroyer definitely hits that greatest hits addition here for the Invokes.
It still has a mana for Destroyer on this turn to lead into a massive attack next turn that has to be that has to pull resources from Smooth's hand. Has to pull out a Will of Ionia, has to pull out a Quicksand, for example.
Okay, got Solari Priestess as well off the top, so we can get that Daybreak into another unit, into another option here. Golden Sister giving you a chance to maybe go wider, but takes the second Falling Comet. Chuck says, I've got this other Trifecta in hand. I've got the Destroyer. Now I just need things that stop my opponent's win conditions. So smart to take the second Falling Comet here.
The Absolver, or the Destroyer rather, especially problematic with the Spell Shield now as well. Going to be a lot for Smooth to deal with. We're seeing it here. I mean, you have Will, you have a way to deal with most of these threats, but
you see, we've got Quicksand that you can take the Spell Shield away from the Destroyer with.
Yeah, this is a better play than using the Will of Ionia. Down to 4 HP. Nothing in hand for Chuck that can really deal this extra damage on this turn. That can interact with the current attack. So we'll survive now for Smooth at the very least. Is able to advance the landmark.
I think I really would have liked to see the Quicksand used to take the Spell Shield off of the Destroyer. You take 2 extra damage, so I guess it's a little bit spooky, but it's kind of do or die here anyway. What's the difference between 4 and 2 HP?
Lee can win it here. We might also have a chance for a Absolver, Will of Ionia kind of play to try and push through the damage with no
doesn't skip for Lee. Takes the Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike with the challenge, with the pull. Is gonna try to put Overwhelm on this Recurrent Vagabond. You get to pull a unit into play and then maybe even kick it back out of the play with Palm and then just hit for full Overwhelm damage. Font of Power.
Lethal currently committed, and there's no reaction. This is Targan. We've seen it so many times before. So many slow speed spells, but nothing that can really deal with these kind of plays unless you have a Hush, and that's the case. Smooth able to wrestle this game back in his favor, wins the game 3. No Hush in the deck for Chuck, and that means that there was no answer. We saw there Obliterate effects, Crescent Strike, but this has to happen once there is an open attack. The moment there's an open attack at burst speed with a development like that, there's nothing you can do. And Smooth takes the series.
And if you know that Smooth Swallowus was paying very close attention to those last few turns and knows that the hand was full of just Celestials, right? There wasn't any threat of Guiding Touch or Pale Cascade unless it happened to be that final top deck there at the end. And doing all of those combos at burst speed, make your own Lee Sin. Be the Lee Sin you want to see in the world, chat.
We're going to check out the bracket and see what happened in the rest of the series that we were able to see, or that we weren't able to see rather. We're seeing there Smooth going to face off against Simply Robin in one of the semifinals, and it will be Lear, our champion from last week, up against Ace, the champion of our hearts, with his fantastic snail avatar that we all know and love. So some great matchups coming in. Broken Bolt falls down to the loser side of the bracket alongside Tams from Jordan, and it will be Pioro, last week's runner-up, versus Chuck, who just lost his very close series against Smooth Soloist. So a lot of matches to look forward to still, and some great semifinals as well, with Lear versus Ace being the one that we will be casting in just 5 minutes, or no, rather 3 minutes. So quick break, stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got done with a pretty back and forth set with some clutch gameplay, some clutch comebacks. And as we prepare for the next match that we have set up for you beautiful people today, I wanted to revisit a couple of the highlights from that last set, Panda. We've got the technology, we've got the replay, and this is such a key moment here where Smooth was incredibly far behind. You can see the Bard in play, the swarm of units on the enemy side, and there's nothing for Chuck to do here except play the Scourge. There's actually not enough realistic threat in order to deal with, you know, that final Nexus HP, and this allows Smooth to finally set up the Karma. He was afraid of the Sunburst the entire game.
The door is thrown wide open for Karma to walk in without a worry in the world, knowing that 3 mana is usually not going to be enough to deal with her on this exact turn. And that opened up the chance for what was the winning moment on the next turn. Maybe a little bit of a lucky top deck and chain of top decks, let's say, with the Insight of Ages into the time trick, into the get excited, but still was able to get the win. So the key opening that most Karma players are looking for once they are in that turn 10, turn 11, turn 12 phase of the game, they're enlightened and they're able to really pop off. Karma is able to touch down safely.
Yeah, eventually, if you are patient enough, the opportunity does present itself to stick down that Karma. And also, again, to point out, Smooth Swallowus had saved a Mystic Shot from like turn 3 or something like that, fully committed to that burn game plan, and it paid off right there at the end, right as the final swing was about to connect. And, you know, for those of us ancient elders of the Runeterra community that played against OG Karma Ezreal, so many times you've got that lethal ready to go in combat and they just burn you out at burst speed or fast speed and there's nothing you can do, Panda.
Definitely reminiscent of those moments in a more maybe controlled fashion, but still a little bit of that same thematic for sure. That was last round though. We are moving into a new round, a new matchup, and a new semifinal here between Lear and Ace. Lear, last week's champion in Fight Night for the first time from Germany, had a really, really good game, or great tournament rather, playing a triple Demacia lineup, just very kind of clean and concise and, you know, specific lineup that has been proven. All three decks have kind of shown up, and they were kind of all the classics that so many players have played with in the past, and Lear was able to execute them perfectly last week. And now coming into this week, we'll see if his lineup has changed or if he's decided for kind of a different strategy coming into this Fight Night.
Lear might have to adapt. Adapt going up against Ace, you know, from North Macedonia, one of our favorite players, the classic snail hero, likes to bring a wide variety of decks, like whatever happens to be strong in the meta game, some off meta specialty decks. Ace is always experimenting, so it's going to be a treat to see what they have also cooked up here.
We are going to check out Ace's lineup to start things off, and I have heard there is a little bit of spice coming in. There's a little bit of, you know, Ace deciding to go with a deck that some players have been trying to push very heavily on Twitter, on social media.
Mostly just Drizzoth, right?
Okay, maybe players is a bit generous. Maybe player is the correct usage in this case, and that's going to be this deck we're seeing here. TF Nami makes a return. Nami had a very explosive entrance into Runeterra and a very sad and maybe disappointing for some players exit shortly after her nerfs. In this case, now coming back into the mix of things.
So the thing with this deck, Panda, is we now have the Harrowing. This deck, very affectionately named Dead Fish. You have the Harrowing. Late in the game, you know, it's going to bring back like 1 or 2 Admiral Shellys. You bring the Nami back to life. So you get a bunch of attuned mana reset. So you still have plays after the Harrowing in order to proc those abilities. And you just have so much elusive power. And we know from experience that if your opponent's able to deal with all the Burblefish and the Admiral Shellys and the Namis, they're feeling pretty confident that they can finally start to work towards ending the game. And you have this final push, this final burst of a massive damage that your opponent also just won't be able to deal with. This combined, of course, with Twisted Fate, giving you that utility of red card and gold card to keep up with your opponent. Mirai Great Mother is just chef's kiss as a one of in order to get those really crazy blowouts. And big shout out to triple Shadow Isles Tellstones, a card that's really hasn't seen any play, is absolutely wonderful for this deck because it's burst speed spells for Nami. It can give you 2 burst speed spells because of Mark of the Isles, so you can just push through massive chunks of damage in the early mid game. And because you're going to resurrect that unit anyway with the Harrowing, you're just fine with swinging in and using the Mark of the Isles to have your elusive threat tank a removal spell, and then also hit the Nexus and get that bonus damage. Drizzoth has said, either you play the fish or you are the fish.
Well, the fish is being played in game 1, does not get banned, is going to come in here up against Akshan Sivir from Lee. So Lee bringing back Akshan Sivir for today's tournament as well. The full lineup for Lear will be Akshan Sivir, Felios, Zoe, Vi, that I believe was the ban deck that we saw there in the quick ban phase we had, and Scouts also making a comeback for Lear in today's tournament. Whereas Ace has this TF Nami we're seeing now, has Ezreal, Heimer as well, and has Riven Fizz, a very explosive OTK style deck. But start things off, Lear will bring out the Treasure Seeker. on turn 1.
This is still a Nami deck. The list still wants to float mana in the early game to work on leveling up that Nami. So this does give Lear a very big opportunity to get a strong tempo advantage in the early portions of the game. On the Sivir Auction, not as, decked out with tech cards as we saw some other variants, but running the classic, just one Cataclysm, has a single combat in there. You've got a lot of strong ideas for sure about how you want to play this out. Ace gets to go for the Coral Creature, still getting to attune 1 mana, generate a spell as well, get Shakedown. Absolutely phenomenal pool of cards in Shadow Isles and Bilgewater to get off of this unit.
One of the key reasons why TF Nami, I imagine, has come back into the swing of things isn't necessarily any buffs coming through, because usually there has to be a reason that these decks are suddenly revisited by players and suddenly, new life is kind of breathed into them. And that, I think the case is going to be Tentacle Smash coming into the game and Eye of Nakagoburos. Two very good kind of cards that will become staples in Bilgewater, kind of in any deck. They don't have to be extremely synergistic. They can just work as very good cards. And that's the case here. This is not what we want to see, though, with Double Trouble.
That's why they call it Double Trouble, Panda. You
a lot of trouble here.
You get you get blockers. Maybe that's really all you care about. There are some really really hits you can get. We've seen it all the time with Mirai Warden, giving you Unscarred Reaver and things like that. But Merciless Hunter just going to come through here. None of these can block Fearsome. The early Merciless Hunters, I think, are going to do a lot of work. It's just going to come down to whether or not Lear can really convert in this mid game before, Twisted Fate comes down, before Shelly comes down. You have 3 Concerted Strike, a single combat, and a Cataclysm in this list, however. So Lear does have a lot of options for those threats as they come down on curve.
A very easy Tentacle Smash is being hovered here. We'll see if it'll be committed or not. It looks like it might be the case. Onto this auction, deal with it, remove it right away. Take a hit from the Merciless Hunter, that is true, but you want to deal with the auction before you can get this Palace kind of activated. Still at 8, just came down. So yeah, again, I just mentioned this card. I just mentioned why it's going to be a tool that really brings this deck back into the meta to some extent, and we're seeing why. Just a very good removal tool.
This is probably the best use of it as well, right? Killing something with only 2 attack, so you have a 3/1 left over to continue having strong threat potential and blocking potential is absolutely massive here. As the meta has shifted, especially to running more early game units to keep up with the likes of Annie Jin and some other aggressive decks, Tentacle Smash has repeatedly found better and better targets as the meta has continued to develop and evolve. We do have Broadwing at the very least. You get a freebie into the Dragon Chow, but we're still struggling to get the proper amount of tempo. Lear's only saving grace with a hand like this is that you have Rite of Negation for the Harrowing if the game does come to that.
We'll see if an attack comes in here. I imagine at least with a barrier unit, Fearsome, you can get a good value trade here as well with a vulnerable. Yes, a good attack overall, but not really pushing that much damage, not really kind of advancing the tempo of this game all that much from a deck that kind of has to do so, because as you mentioned, there's many different key threats that can come in later into the game that maybe Lear won't have an answer for.
Very patient play there as well. There was very obviously the Vile Feast to just trade your 3/1 up into the Merciless Hunter, but Ace is trying to focus on floating as much mana as possible. Filling up that spell mana, working towards leveling up Nami. If she hits the board early before, a Sivir starts to come down and begin threatening, then Ace's board is going to become too big for Sivir Auction to deal with. When you're playing these mid-range Demacia decks, if your opponent has the bigger stats, then you're just completely walled out of your game plan.
And in comes the cleanup crew. Twisted Fate, red card, leaving the Merciless Hunter at 1 HP, so in the perfect spot for a Vile Feast later down the line. And now Twisted Fate enters the board, starts up his own counter for his level up, which with Petricide Broadwing coming down is maybe a bit hopeful, but there are, I think, ways to deal with this Broadwing. You can double Vile Feast it as well, and you have 2 Glimpse Beyonds in hand, so you have ways to get that card draw coming in.
There is no mana. If Ace really wanted to, there is the Shakedown, ping your Twisted Fate, put Vulnerable down, try to go for trades, but Ace is basically closing in on the fact I've got units in play. I'm going to buff these up with Nami. and it's going to be fine. Twisted Fate ironically becomes a very, very spooky threat in this deck, even though he's only got 2 HP, with Glimpse Beyond, with Eye of Nagaboros, with Zap Sprayfin. There's a lot of ways to accelerate this Twisted Fate, and if he comes down level 2 or gets resurrected from the Harrowing, you're going to have a lot of trouble on your hands as we head later and later into the game. Oh my god, a pass. What is Lear trying to play around here?
Maybe trying to bait and see what kind of plays are going to be made by Ace before deciding if he has to keep up right of negation for this turn, if he can go ahead and play the Sivir and be left with only 2 mana on this turn. So ideally wants to play Sivir, but I think he knows that he has to be careful about what he commits here and how open he leaves himself, considering the hand size and the current mana that Ace has available.
Yeah, knows that Ace needs to, again, fill up that spell mana. You've got to spend your spell mana with the Double Trouble, and so that you can float that mana and refill it, right? That's why you use the Double Trouble. And again, Answered Prayer is a great idea to also make use of being able to float your mana.
And Ace happy to just pass the round, keep the TF safe, not have the Broadwing come in and attack, and very happy with that result, just buying more time for TF. And now we're seeing it here. There's a Glimpse, there's a Nami, there's a pick a card, there's many different cards that can be used here to level up TF. And now if you focus on killing the Nami instead, you now have 2 threats to deal with in this next turn.
The last time, Nami came back from the dead, it was that Flash of Brilliance deck that allows you to fill up a bunch of spell mana at burst speed. And the first couple times you play against that deck, it maybe catches you off guard with how much HP buffs it can really put down. And Lear, unfortunately, did not have the ability to go aggressive. We know that Sivir Akshan can pivot for tempo, but that opportunity just didn't really present itself. And when you're up against Shadow Isles, you know that your opponent has a lot more direct defense and interaction than you're expecting. Here comes the shakedown. This was generated off of Coral Creatures so long ago, and now Lear gets to pick these beautiful trades.
And there's nothing you can do. There's no way to save this. Perfect play. The shakedown really coming in clutch with the stat buff coming in on the Ibex, so you're still able to use it as an attacker here. In this case, killing off a Sivir. And there's not, you can't write negations. Of course, there's a burst speed play. So perfect setup by Ace in this case.
Clever. Pulls with the Inspiring Mentor because that's going to get the buff from Nami next. Going up to 4 attack. This is going to cover something like a Shaped Stone. And just not even going for a full swing just yet. Just takes away the key threats. With the pick a card activated, we're going to have much more fuel for next round. We still got a Glimpse Beyond to draw even more cards. All the while, Nami spreading those buffs around onto these 1-drops from the Double Trouble.
Second Broadwing is huge, but there is going to be a second Nami to replace the one that is currently vulnerable on the board. We have Double Trouble that can be used right now. That's going to be the case here for Ace, just trying to set up a few more blockers. But first, Vile Feast on the Spell Shield for just to have the Sivir a bit more under control.
If you have the ability, if you have the tempo for it, you've got to take down the Spell Shield on the Sivir so she doesn't share it with the rest of the team.
We'll see now if his TF can be saved. He's fairly close to leveling up at this point. Rite of Negation is going to be there for Lear to try and stop the Glimpse Beyond, though.
Font of Power first. The Relic of Power. Getting that Predict Draw. Having one more tool, one more option for the deck. I like the Concerted Strike. Sivir is going to level up, so maybe we can put her at the top of the stack. Put the Absolver on her. She cracks through and then pushes that Overwhelm down the line. Is this going to be Lear being able to clutch out a victory when everything seemed to be lost? No, Sivir has to be leveled up already before you get the second half of the Absolver. So just trusting that the Sivir is going to survive here is the main thing.
Attack committed. The time running out here. Lear has to decide exactly how he wants to commit the attack here, and what order, what sequencing of units. And then we'll have to press the commit button before the time runs out. And that's going to be it. Time runs out. Commit. is put in. Blockers are set up now by Ace, and it looks like it's going to be a last-ditch effort to try and level up this Twisted Fate glimpse on the stack. And now we're considering, is this worth using a Rite of Negation at this point, considering there are spells like Harrowing in the deck?
Yeah, you want it. And here's the thing, right? By glimpsing the Nami, you're also moving Sivir's target out of the way so she doesn't level up and put that quick attack down the stack. So you're getting a much better trade down the line. But Lear lets it go through, has to hold on to this Rite of Negation against the Harrowing for dear life. There's only one copy in the deck.
All right. Great Mother is drawn into hand, but that Twisted Fate was killed off without the level up occurring, and that was maybe the big deal. That was maybe the big reason why Lear was happy to accept that, knowing that the big threat of both Nami and TF has now been dealt with.
Goes for the double trouble, gets more threats in play. Because of the second Nami in hand that is fleeting, you need to commit to this play rather than setting up the Great Mother. Rear guard is a little bit sad. It's got a lot of threat potential, but the inability to block is something that Sivir actually really wants to be up when it comes to attack power. But we've got the Golden Aegis, and Ace manages to get one of the two Vengeances in the list. Had popped that Sivir spell shield earlier.
That being said, Rite of Negation is available, and there's so much mana to work with here for Lear. You can do pretty much anything he needs to do on this current turn. There's a rally as well, so this is going to be a bit of a scary turn now for Ace to deal with.
There's enough mana for the Aegis, the Negate, and both halves of the Absolver. It's going to resolve this game, right? Let's go.
Exactly, even 12 mana to work with. You can do exactly all of those plays. You can do the Walking Sands as well. You can't do the Sandstone Charger to create an even more scary Golden Aegis attack here, but still, we'll see how much pressure Lear wants to put down right now.
I think maybe you just, oh, I see, just goes for the pass. Yeah, because you get to just attack here before you're forced to rally, just have more things available to you. What does Ace get off the top? A mini morph from the Great Mother. No!
This changes things. This Sivir was the pivotal part of this attack being as effective as it would be with the quick attack being added on, with the trades all in favor for Lear. And now at a burst speed, all of a sudden those dreams will evaporate, and Lear's going to have a much harder time closing out this game.
Oh my god, if you had gone for the rally last turn because you had the Rite of Negation backup to save against Vengeance, you would have been able to push through here, maybe force Ace to trade away the board at the very least, and have some semblance of a strong open attack when the token came back to you. But playing into, again, holding on to a reactive save versus that Harrowing in the deck has now opened up this incredibly unlikely possibility of not only Mirai Great Mother coming down, shuffling something you need into the deck, but also drawing it the next turn.
The blockers are now committed as well, and as we're seeing it in the hand, I assume the Minimorph will be committed onto the Sivir. It might be a Vengeance first, though, to kind of test the waters and bring out Rite of Negation as well. If you have the mana for it and you want to kind of bait out even more of the current resources that Lear has, this might be a good play.
Ace is also trying to line up these blockers so that after these spells resolve and Nami's buffs resolve, with the Minimorph going through onto the Sivir and these losing quick attack, they'll still be able to trade up.
And there it is, the perfect play. Vengeance baits out Rite of Negation, and now you commit the Minimorph and still get the results that you wanted with an extra spell played with Nami on the board, giving those extra stats to the 5-2 at this point.
So very, again, high-level play here from Nami, like knowing where the stats are going to go, lining it up ahead of time before you get rid of that quick attack, and now Lear's entire board is going away, and Ace now has a free Harrowing if it does come off of the top.
And
that's Lear's only right.
You could tell there, seeing that mini morph being played out, very much dazed and confused as to what was happening and where that mini morph came from. A little bit lucky, as we've mentioned, from Ace, but this is all you need. A little bit of breathing room to survive one more turn, one more chance, and the grandmother was able to give him that chance and keep him in this game now.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't want to go for the golden Aegis just yet.
Has more refuel now with a Glimpse Beyond.
Nami can't buff herself though, so maybe you do try to push through there. It's just you don't have the attack power to actually even kill the Nami. She's gonna get a trade regardless. Glimpse Beyond on the Legion rear guard, draws 2 more cards, finds a Shock Blast. Oh my god, Panda. Mirai Great Mother has shuffled in some bangers. Grandma's cookies right now.
You get some extra card draw, another blocker, a bit more presence on the board, and as you mentioned, the Shock Blast to deal with both the Akshan and the Protector. You would have maybe liked to see a rally come down first and kind of get... Actually, no, yeah, it's slow speed, so never mind. This is definitely the time to play this out now before the Golden Aegis is able to come down.
All right, so we do have first half of the Absolver here to save the Akshan. Ace now has Vile Feast to put on top of this. Still has the Shadow Isles Tellstone. The 3 options for Tellstone for Shadow Isles are Mark of the Isles, which is a +2/+2 buff. You also get access to Spirit's Journey, which allows you to kill a unit and then immediately revive it. So it's kind of like Concussive Palm. And then the third option is Crumble, where you can destroy one of your own units in order to kill an enemy or destroy a landmark.
So the Golden Aegis being committed here by Lear, trying to push some amount of damage with the second half of this.
Oh, goes for the Ebb. Okay, instead of going for the Vile Feast, goes for the Ebb because the two damage there would cover the Absolver. But now, because you go for Ebb, you get Flow, so you get some healing to maybe avoid a lethal here. Yeah, just going to keep boosting up this Tentacle. Gets another one in hand. That way you just have a lot of blockers versus this Overwhelm damage.
Perfect chump block here.
Yeah, I was going to say, you gotta block the other way.
There is enough mana for the second half of the Absolver, so you have to be careful. Yep. You wouldn't die, of course. There's still not enough damage for lethal. But it would be a bit dangerous. You would get down quite low. And now at this point, 8 HP, unless the second Absolver is committed.
What a wild game, Panda. Lear is scraping the bottom of the barrel to keep the threat potential up, but has the Sentinel's Horde, can get that Font of Power to come back into the game. Ace has the out of maybe getting an Admiral Shelley to stick, now that Lear has a very low chance of actually being able to answer it, or just a Harrowing to win this game.
We'll see what the top decks are. Very important for both players to try, in one case, to survive from Ace at 4 HP now. In the other case, to try and push that extra bit of damage. Now, Cataclysm would be good to maybe try and deal with this Nami.
Dragon's Rage! I can't, Panda. These treasures are too spicy.
It's good you know all the cards are coming in, because I'll be honest with you, there's a chance that some of these cards I have not seen in a very long time, and I will not be as excited as I should be because I have no idea what card was just off deck.
And they're all like in the top like 8-ish cards of the deck. Like they're just the shipwreck where these treasures came from was in very shallow water. Let me tell you, Font of Power finds the Sivir.
This once again becomes another big threat that Ace has to deal with. We're talking about only 4 HP on the Nexus, so it's a dangerous world out here.
Yeah, there's no way to save yourself here, unfortunately. You can use Vile Feast to pop the Spell Shield on the Sivir. You can use Mark of the Isles to boost Nami and then use Dragon's Rage. But then Nami would just die because she's ephemeral from Mark of the Isles. So we just have to go like this and say, okay, I know you don't have another Absolver, right? Usually the deck only packs 2, and both have already been committed, if I'm remembering correctly.
There's a Vagabond coming down. Another landmark also being generated. That counter, I think, won't be very relevant considering the game seems to be in its final moments.
The Dragon's Rage is funny, but it's only going to answer one unit. Oh, that's right. The buff comes through from Nami, so it is a 1-for-1. And now Sivir gets to use Cataclysm to go up one more blocker. Okay, Ace is still in this.
Ace is doing everything he can from maybe the last 4 turns.
Lear is reeling right now, is absolutely just thrown off by the quality and concentration of these treasures, man. Just gonna go for he's gonna save the Cataclysm.
Quick attack not relevant here for the 3/3.
You want to snipe. And
the spell shield still on Sivir.
Ooh, I think you might want to Cataclysm that Nami. It's very spooky. What's the final draw for Ace?
Oh,
Nagakaboros!
Some more card draw, another blocker.
It's another blocker.
What else do we have? A second.
It misses the timing there for Nami. Finds the tentacle smash.
And we have a Vengeance. This is huge. Once the spell shield is out, that means that the Sivir is now possibly in danger on the next attack token swing or when its own combat is committed. So just a Vengeance coming in. There's no Rite of Negation currently in hand for Lear.
Oh, I love the single combat here. And this is important. Check this out. Even though the Tentacle Smash blocks the strike, it doesn't negate the full spell, right? The tentacle still grows. It's still a big threat. We've got the Tellstone here just to get a little bit more love from the Nami onto this tentacle.
Mark of the
I don't know
Isles comes
I don't
in.
know.
Single combat comes in, and that means that this Sivir is out of the way. 11 attack tentacle.
Oh, that was a
onto the
single.
Nexus.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought it was Cataclysm and that Sivir would just hit with her quick attack. Wow.
You had a chance to Cataclysm last turn when we were talking about it onto the Nami. Instead, maybe the greedier play. Lear not really thinking through all the possible options.
Oh, no.
And this means
an
that all of a
11-8
sudden
tentacle actually ends up clean. This is the first game of the set.
And this is why
what a crazy back and forth. Just
this is the spice we need, Skarzik. Don't bring just Akshan Sivir and don't just bring a scout. Just bring something spicy, something that makes every game new and unique. And that's what Grey Mother does. You know, like it or not, this makes every single round exciting to look forward to. And that was quite the comeback from Ace. We thought he was completely out of it, but somehow finds a way back into this game. Or into this series, rather.
Just I'm just speechless. The one of Mirai Great Mother hitting like late in the game when you kind of need that value and just coming up big with some bangers here. Now we've got the next threat in line. We've seen this Fizz Riven all over the ladder, finding some wins in tournaments as well. Very aggressive, very combo-oriented, incredibly explosive, going up against the Zoe Aphelios Winding Light deck. We've got Punch Through combo versus Wide Buff Swarm.
And you know, this Fizz Riven falls into kind of the same family of a lot of the OTK decks we've been seeing in the past few months that have been doing very well with the addition of Attach, of course. Obviously, this family is wide, and you know, all its members are very different, but they do have, you know, a lot of the same strokes when it comes to their game plan. And what some players might consider very cheesy OTKs, where if you don't have an answer, all of a sudden you're losing in one turn, or you're losing to this kind of combination of cards, kind of more like combo decks essentially. And Fizz Riven definitely has that same exact game plan.
And when we take a closer look at Lear's deck list, this deck is not the typical very reactive Targon pile. There's no Hush, there's no Blinded Mystic. You're really hoping that Aphelios is going to give you any sort of reactivity you might need with Calibrum and Gravitum.
Good trade here with Riven's Champion Spill, just to try and get this Sump Dredger out of the way, to try and keep control of this game and just keep everything in check for the next few turns.
Really great up trade for Ace, because that Sump Dredger was what was really keeping Riven from swinging in confidently. We've got 2 of the 3 blade fragments in hand. With the Papercraft Dragon ready to go as well for Ace, we could see Riven get double attack, overwhelm, massive attack, and immediately close out the game here as we head into the mid game. Lear hopefully can get Aphelios down and makes the smart call to pick up a Gravitum if all goes as planned.
Usually for decks like the one Ace is playing, there's this obvious lack of interaction. There's obvious lack of, hey, I have my game plan. It's a very effective game plan if my opponent can't stop it. And, you know, I'm going to focus on just that. Usually you don't have ways to interact with your opponent's game plan. And if they're able to do something that's a bit more threatening to you, you might be in trouble. But in this case, there is one Pokestick to deal with a Zoe. So at least for now, there's a chance that you can deal with this before it snowballs and the Zoe levels up. Although there is a Pill Cascade in hand for Lear.
Mm-hmm. This Noxus list isn't even running like Whirling Death, has one copy of the Tellstone, which is nice. You do get Whirling Death off of that. You also get Sharpened Resolve for a really great potential offensive and defensive buff. Notably, this deck is running a copy of Friendship, which the last time we saw this Fizz, Riven, Swordfish deck being played, whenever you tried to set up like your big attacker, if it got silenced or stunned or what have you, or vengeanced, you just couldn't get there. So the Friendship, getting that barrier, getting that spell shield, means that Ace is a little bit more resilient to actually send that combo through. And finally, one copy of Treasured Trash. So if things go completely off the rails like it did in game one, Ace does also have some shenanigans at the top end to help out there.
And you know I love to see that, Skarsgård. I love the shenanigans. That's what I live for. When I cast Runeterra, I'm just waiting for that 1 in 100 game where we get to see some real spice. And we saw it last game. We might see it this game as well.
When you start to put the best players in their region against one another, and with the meta being so wide open, matchups begin to break down. It's like a quantum physics problem, right? Where everything you expect to go a certain way just suddenly flips on its head. There was a couple tournaments back to back, right, where we're like, oh, this deck was favored, and players were still finding ways to completely flip the matchup on its head. But now it looks like Ace is indeed going all in. Riven is leveled up. You don't necessarily need to put the Blade of the Exile on her. The 3 blade fragments make her threatening enough.
And the big problem is no Hush. That's one of the biggest things in this matchup, though. One of the biggest things that you want to look for right away. Is there a way to answer a big OTK unit with something like a Hush? And the answer in Lear's deck list at least is no. There isn't. There's of course going to be Gravitum, for example. There are ways to kind of find a solution to this problem, but there isn't the easiest one, which is usually just having a Hush in the deck for situations and matchups like this one.
That is very true. Pokestick removes the charger, not prioritizing the Zoe. And this is very important to note, right, Panda, is you don't want to get caught up in trying to stop your opponent's win condition. You still have to just trust that yours is going to be stronger. So actually does pivot to clip off this Zoe here.
The old bait and switch, Skarsgård. It's a classic in all kinds of genres. You go for one hit, you divert the attention, and then all of a sudden a stick is hitting Zoe in the eye, and she passes away, at least her current version on the board right now. And that means that level 2 is less of a threat, considering all the progress that has been made in the last few turns for it.
So let's see here. Lear has the Dusk Petal Dust Winding Light. Flame Chompers to drag the Riven to the side, and we've got 21 damage being threatened for the rest of the board. Can Ace respond to this in any meaningful way? There is a Treasure Trash in the hand, but not enough mana for it. Has Guile. That's still too much coming through, if I'm not mistaken. Has the Noxian Tellstone Whirling Death.
15 damage being committed onto the Nexus. No more mana available for Lear, so everything that he can do on this turn has been already done. His resources have all been spent, and now it's up to Ace to find a way to stay alive for the next turn.
Noxian Tellstone Whirling Death. Only one copy in the deck, and Ace has it right when the chips are down. Probably just thinking, do I want to clear this Charger or do I want to clear the Aphelios? And Charger is the target. Going to try to stay healthy here.
Riven
saving 1 HP with that play. And next round, Ace has the Blade of the Exile set up this round into Papercraft Dragon, knows the Moon Weapon in hand is actually a Crescendum, but by leaving the Aphelios open, Lear has access to Gifts from Beyond and can get Gravitum in response to the attach. Is Ace going to go for the open with the Might, with the Elixir of Wrath? No double attack needed.
Get Excited is in hand, though. There isn't a Hush, but there is a direct damage spell currently available for Lear.
With the Noxian Tellstones out of the picture, there is no Sharpened Resolve to protect from this Get Excited. Goes for the Might to commit even further on the stack. And the Elixir of Wrath, only 2 mana up. Lear knows there is no power of friendship. Look how big this Riven has gotten. Ace is all in.
This is what this deck tries to do. This is what this deck gets away with many times, which frustrates many players, but not today, Mr. Ace. There is an answer, and that is Get Excited. At least Lear will be getting excited because this is the tying moment in this series. 1-1 if he's able to close out this game, which I believe he should be able to do, considering there are currently no blockers on the side of Ace. And that means we might move on, or we will move on to a game 3 to decide the victor and who will be moving on to the winner's final.
Yep, so Ace just not conceding, letting Lear play it out, taking the extra moments here in between games to start thinking about the next matchup. And so for the final game, Ace is going to be once again on the Riven Fizz, and Lear is going to have to try to find a win with the Akshan Sivir.
And there is the end of the game, and game 2 goes to Lear. Many thought that maybe game 1 should have also gone to Lear, considering how Ace was able to really wrestle that one back in his favor. So Lear just happy to be, still be in this series, considering what happened in game 1, what could have happened in game 2 if he doesn't have that Get Excited in hand. Losing in that way to just an all-in attack from a Riven that's just completely exposed to, what could have been a Hush if there was one in the list, for example. It would have been frustrating for sure, but thankfully he had the answer when he needed it. And we're now going to go into a game 3 to see who ends up taking this series and who ends up moving on. As you mentioned, still Fizz Ribbon for Ace, and it will be, once again, the Sivir list for Lear.
One thing I'm wondering as well, Panda, if the Whirling Death had gone into the Aphelios, right? And then there wasn't perhaps the threat of being able to get a Gravitum at burst speed. You maybe could have gone for Papercraft Dragon there to protect Riven from Get Excited. But again, this is all just theoretical caster vision, poisoning your mind. But Ace already off to a great start. 2 damage, it really matters, right? With how much damage we've seen this deck be able to present in the mid game, getting 2 or 4 points in the opening turns can be the difference between victory and defeat. Broadwing going to do a lot of work here, however, to keep the board under control.
And this deck for Lear, a completely different beast when it comes to answering this OTK strategy from Ace. You have double Concerted Strike already in hand. You have a Quicksand as well. So all of a sudden, Ace's game plan is going to be very, very difficult to actually execute in a matchup like this one.
What's going to need to happen is Papercraft Dragon comes through because the Quicksand doesn't cleanse that double attack. And the hope is, right, that Lear maybe commits, say, Concerted Strike. You absorb that with the Spell Shield from Friendship, and then you're able to swing through if Lear doesn't overcommit with the Quicksand as well. Might allows you to reestablish the Overwhelm. So there is still a line for Ace, but because it is so specific, Lear is able to immediately start planning around that and compensating for it. We focus so much on the combo aspect, Panda, but the fact of the matter remains is that this deck can still just play out on curve and threaten you. And Lear is very hesitant to take these trades. Do I give up my Sivir here? Do I give up my Broadwing here? If I do, the rest of my hand is spells. We do see a second Sivir in the hand, so I guess that at the end of the day, you have to protect your HP.
Quicksand is available, but of course, Quicksand is just very, very valuable in this matchup. I'm not sure I want to use it out, so easily here at this point. Although it would.
There's a world where you Quicksand just to take out the Fizz, right? It's tough to say. Because if Fizz gets Papercraft Dragon put on it, you can Quicksand to take the elusive away, so at the very least you can block.
Looks like Shapestone's going to be the answer instead. Only blocking into the Riven, keeping the Sivir alive, unless there's a way to deal with this, and there is going to be when Riven
we've got the buff here.
Comes online.
Once again, the Riven's weapons hilt just striking back into the Sivir. If you go for the Quicksand, you know, you get maybe a stronger value trade there. Answer the Fizz.
Well, 2 value trades, right? With the -2 onto the Riven, and then also just killing the Fizz as well.
I guess the Broadwing answering the Fizz is just the strategy that Lear wants to go for. Because even with Papercraft Dragon, the Broadwing still swings into it 1-for-1.
Conchalis bringing in, it could have been a Brothers Bond for just an extra bit of explosive attack damage on those OTK turns, but not going to be the choice in the end. It will be a stress defense.
Wow, stress defense being picked up off of the Conchologist. Great for defending the Fizz. Great emergency answer versus like Viego decks or Thralls, and finding a place here. If there's a tech card you need, Conchologist has it for you. And now we've got enough mana to put the Papercraft Dragon down onto the Fizz. But again, with the mana for Concerted Strike, you can't tap down. You have to be able to respond with, say, this Elixir of Wrath or the Fey Sprout.
You have to be scared as well of the Sharp Sights. 3 copies in the deck, none currently in hand. We didn't see anything any last turn as well, which is why maybe Ace might read that unless it was top deck in the last 2 turns, there's a pretty high chance it isn't actually in hand for this turn either. If it was, it could obviously spell complete doom for these all-in strategies onto the elusive unit like Fizz.
Yeah, so we can put the Glinting Fragment down, +2 attack on the Fizz, plus elusive is another really big chunk of damage. Ace has managed to find a line, right, of not having to go all in on a big unit to try to finish off. Just getting some chip damage in the early game around the sides. Knows that Sivir Akshan, left to its own devices, wants to play a very slow, methodical game. And Lear, with the reactive cards in hand, is not prepared to pivot the way you normally would expect.
So you know what the options are from this Phase Sprout. We're going to see Rainbow Fish, Soul Scroll, and the Pix coming in.
Ooh, I kind of like the Pix, no lie. But the Soul Scroll makes more sense. It's tanky. If you put Overwhelm on it, it's kind of godlike. But like Fizz just being Pix being another threat that can buff the Fizz. I actually do appreciate it. But Soul Squirrel, Ace is just, he's a fan of the shenanigans, right? We've seen it before, and we're seeing it here in Game 3. Even when the chips are down, and this is the game to stay in the upper bracket, you've got to go for that big purple squirrel, baby.
Ace knows what the viewers and us casters love, and he delivers. There's not many players that really try and cater to the excitement that we all expect from a tournament like Fight Night. But Ace is one of those players, and that's why every time I see the snail come up, I know I'm in for a good time, Skarzik.
True. The people's champion indeed. So Fizz goes down. This is important. The Fizz goes down. Lear is going to be breathing a sigh of relief here, saying, okay, this big threat that I typically can't respond to outside of challengers, or, you know, Quicksand plus hoping they don't have some other answer is fine. Picks up Lightning Rush from Conchologist number 2, giving you the ability to maybe sidestep. Slams down the Swole Squirrel, but Concerted Strike is there to immediately remove this threat.
No chance to even let this become a problem.
Absolutely. Will, I was wondering if Ace would go for the Lightning Rush there to get the Swole Squirrel back. But I guess at the end of the day, as long as you have something in play that you can attach your Papercraft Dragon to, it's only a matter of time before you find that lethal. And now Friendship also hitting the hand. This means that Ace can potentially survive versus this second Concerted Strike.
But of course, for Friendship to exist, you need to have a friend. And currently, Papercraft Dragon does not have any very good ones to attach to on the current board to actually develop a possible lethal threat here. But I guess sometimes any friend will do, Skarzik.
5 attack, double attack. We know that when you're playing a deck that's this aggressive, you don't even see that HP number. You put that overwhelm down and you threaten the lethal. And as I said before, if Lear does not properly respect this threat and only goes for the concerted strike, thinking that it's going to clear, and then this gets scooped up by friendship, that's going to be a bunch of damage coming through.
We'll see now. Lear has to consider, has 9 mana to work with. Has to really think through all the options that Ace might also have with 4 mana available.
I think yeah, okay, so goes for the block, goes for the concerted strike. Once friendship comes through, Lear also has the quicksand to pop. Okay. So I think that everything looks like it's going fine now. So do you quicksand now? Again, you're just removing, this means that you don't get rid of the double attack, but the quicksand takes the attack away. So I think that you're still just removing this threat, right? That's the thing. If you quicksand to pop the spell shield, the concerted strike removes the blade shaper here. The Papercraft Dragon goes back to the hand. Then your open attack is excellent. And Lear fell victim to this in game 1, right? Where you have this great reactive response to your opponent's win condition. And if you wait on it too long, using it to actually try to pivot into an aggressive favored position, then you know what I mean? Like, how are you really going to be able to win the game?
That's a consideration. I think, it's definitely a fair one, which is why, it was committed here, and you just want to deal with this threat right away. And as you mentioned, just progress your own game plan. 20 HP still in the Nexus, though. That's still a ways to go. You need to have some kind of rally effect, someone who kind of double down and really punish Ace for going all in like this deck usually does onto this kind of cheesy win condition. If it fails, all of a sudden you're very far behind. We're seeing it here. A full board versus a small boy in the Conchologist.
There's a line here where you sharp sight to pop open the treasure, maybe try to predict draw for an Absolver, and really push through for a lethal here. I wonder if Lear is going to take it, or once again, if you adopt that defensive mindset, you want the sharp sight in order to have the elusive blocker. I suppose with the Sivir top deck, you have the Ricochet lethal.
Well, we all love the Ricochet lethal. I always forget about it until it comes on this guy. I'm like, oh yeah, this exists.
Ricochet lethal, Ricochet lethal.
I'm waiting for the conservatory Ricochet lethal on Fight Night. That's my next goal that I hope gets accomplished.
Oh my god, the Tibulk Ricochet deck. I did see the screenshots from that forbidden list. It's like the new Unyielding Kegs. But is gonna look for it. Lear wants the level up on the Akshan, and also having this this predict draw. We could also go for the AoE +1/+1, a very rare pick indeed. But again, if we find Absolver here off the predict, then it's curtains. Skip.
Sharp Sight, Quicksand, the Current Bruiser are the options. The skip can come through. Maybe just picking the Quicksand to have kind of that fail safe for the next possible OTK attempt from Ace.
Yeah, that's fine. Exactly. Like the Quicksand now just kind of replaces the Sharp Sight.
It's happening.
That you
Ricochet lethal can come through. Only 2 HP on the Nexus.
Being hovered. Lear salivating right now after so much nonsense went down in the first couple games. The Ricochet lethal.
And Ace
we'll see.
Sticking to his guns, but he knows this was a possibility, and he's going to see it now being committed. Is there anything that can be done here?
You can put
Sharpen
more
resolve,
HP.
More HP.
The thing is that even if I don't know if they changed it or not, but Ricochet can commit extra damage pings onto a target even if it kills it.
And that's going to be it. That's going to be the lethal. That's going to be Lear taking this game 3. Quite a series that we saw here today. A lot of back and forth. A lot of games that you thought were over suddenly weren't. All throughout, game 2 with the Riven, game 1 especially with the Great Mother pulling out some just absolutely crazy top decks for Ace to get him back into that game and to win it in the end. Overall, I think a very, very fun series of Runeterra, and hopefully we get to see more of these players in the future of this tournament. We're going to see Lear, of course, in the winners final, but hopefully Ace is able to make it back up to the losers bracket, and we get to see more of that Nami deck as well.
Yeah, so we got the bracket here. Let's take a quick look and see how those other matches went. Broken Ball does stay in it, taking down Tams. Actually, Ace here.
I think there's a mistake in the bracket here between Robin and Smooth Swolers. I think Robin was actually the victor, was able to do it 2-1. So it won't be the German showdown in the winners final. It will be instead Lear versus Simply Robin. So just a mistake in the asset here, but Smooth, unfortunately, did not win that series versus Robin.
Wow, so that means that Smooth has to have another rematch with Chuck so soon to stay in the tournament once this gets swapped around. But all that matters is that Lear just having a really powerful showing once again on fight night and is already closing in on that comfy spot in the grand finals.
Actually made a small mistake that Robin is also German, so there will be very much a German showdown in the winners final between Lear and Robin. And Lear won fight night last week, had a great first showing, and now once again in the winners final, putting up a very good clean execution and clean play. Despite that game 1 loss, I think that was a bit out of his control in terms of what Ace was able to do with what he had in his own his options in hand. But overall, I think Lear has been playing really, really well, and he's going to try his best to maybe get a back-to-back on his first 2 fight nights. Would be extremely impressive to see, and we'll see if he has it in him to actually execute that. So we're going to go to a very quick break. 3 minutes, we'll be back with the winners final between the 2 German players, Robin and Lear.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We have had back-to-back completely ridiculous banger heater sets of Runeterra, and we're heading into the next stage of the tournament. I really hope that Lear, fighting now against the simply Robin from Germany, will be able to live up to the hype from these last couple sets.
Another player that is debuting for the first time, as far as I'm aware, in Fight Night, and another player that's able to, perform at a very high level, making it all the way into the winners final, guaranteeing a top 4 spot now, considering, even if he loses in the next 2 series, this one and the next, he'd still be in that top 4 bracket for today. So really impressive from him. Very excited to see him, actually, playing. And it's a player. I think it's always great to see a player for the first time, because players have these very specific small tendencies in terms of how they play, in terms of where they apply pressure, where they play a bit more conservative, where they play safer, where they take these bigger risks and kind of play more the NA style of like if they have it or they don't. So I'm very excited to see what Simply Robin has to bring forward and put on the table.
Yeah, you also get a feel around like what players that they learned from and who they look up to and who they train against, and it is definitely good to see. In the highest levels of play, there isn't one tried and true best play style, right? It's just all about playing strong, clean, beautiful Runeterra for yourself and just getting those hard reads, right? Sometimes your opponent doesn't realize how much information they're giving away, and some players are just really good at picking up on those specific moments of, oh, they don't have this card because they would have taken a block this way, and then they go for the throat.
We do have the lineups ready to go. We do have Robin's lineup, something that's also, we're talking about, tendencies and play styles. The biggest tell of what a player, likes to do in game, what he likes to bring to the table is the decks he brings to the tournament. And looks like we have another Lee Sin player to put on our naughty list, Skarzik, because Akshan Lee Sin makes a return. We haven't seen this deck in a very long time, but it looks like 2 different players, Smooth Soloist and Robin, both brought it to the tournament today.
Oh my god. So no Ionian Telstones in this version, still rocking the Shuriman Telstones. Has the Memory's Cloak, the Iron Pineapple, deflecting that arrow. This is a card that we'll see if it comes up in the game. I've literally never seen anybody play this card. Maybe they got off a Conchologist one good time, and maybe that's what happened. Robin got it off a Conchologist once and was like, this card's actually pretty legit.
As you started off with that statement saying this is a card, I would have just ended there because that's all I would be able to tell you. I'd be like, yep, this is the card, Skarzik, apparently.
It's definitely a card.
This card has not been photoshopped into the deck list. It exists in Runeterra. Its name is Memory's Cloak. It costs 3 mana, and it's from Ionia.
It's ironic that we don't remember this card, and
it is.
It cloaks its own existence.
The irony is painful. It's painful and palpable in this case.
Like, why isn't this a Nopify? But anyway, we got another deck as part of Robin's lineup. Ari Cannon. What?
Ooh.
Whoa.
I was hoping Robin would be on my good side, but I'm not so sure. Robin is playing a very dangerous
This is a hipster deck now.
I think we haven't gone full circle yet. I think we're halfway there. Maybe in a few months I'll give you that, but I still have some trauma, okay?
I mean, now it's got Ionian Telstones. I'm worried, Panda. This looks horrifying. Whenever the meta's good for it, like any slow value deck that can consistently play, go hard, and pack your bags the way this deck does, is always going to be a big threat in the metagame. And I guess Robin has that read with everybody going for slow value, trying to just outdo their opponents. No one did it better than Ari Cannon back at the height of its power.
And of course, you have Homecoming has a great removal tool for things like Thralls, for example, as well. Yeah. So definitely can there's times where you're looking at the meta, you're looking at decks that are very, very oppressive, that have a lot of play rate, and saying, what cheeky thing can I do in terms of playing a deck that has its own win conditions, has its own game plan, but also suddenly has this very niche interaction that touches on these big play rate decks as well. So I'm not surprised to see this deck maybe finding a little bit of time in the spotlight now, once again, as we mentioned, coming almost for full circle. Not quite there, but the semicircle at least. And talking about Thralls, deck number 3 for Robin will be the Thralls deck itself. So Robin definitely has his deck in the top of his mind.
Yeah. And Robin, again, queuing up into the natural predator here. Whoa! Lear banned Thralls. I wasn't expecting that. I thought that with Demacia in your lineup, you're feeling pretty good into the Thralls. We have Scouts which we haven't seen yet, and then Akshan Sivir. But I guess that maybe even Lear isn't quite confident that he'd be able to take down the Thralls deck. We know that Thralls may seem like it has some good matchups, is balanced, but when you take it into that next level of above and beyond play, Thralls becomes a little bit harder to handle.
We're going to open things up for Robin with the Ari Kennen, as you mentioned, the version with Go Hard. We saw different variants of the Ari Kennen list with Shurima, with Absolver, you know, many different variants, but Go Hard became, for the most part, the mainstay after a little while. And Lear will be on this Aphelios buy list.
And this is sort of a repeat of what we saw the last time, right? Where every time the opponent bans scouts, they don't want to get high rolled. And I guess it is just the same for Lear, right? You ban the Thralls because even if you're in a good matchup, they can still get all the perfect pieces and get 2 Thralls on turn 5 or whatever, and then you just kind of get beat up. So better to just leave that to the side, and the players taking advantage of very scary decks that are ban magnets to play the other 2 decks they really want to. Already, Lear working on a fantastic curve, wide board with the Zonite Urchin and the Boom Baboon. Now has the Lunari Duskbringer to have Dusk Petal Dust, hopefully set up for that beautiful round 6, winding light play. Simply Robin, meanwhile, on the other side, has a lot of cycle, has a lot of card draw, but not a lot of defense.
And Lear, what could have been kind of the slow snowball effect of the Zoe becoming an alternate win condition in this matchup, not so much the case because there are elusive blockers all around. Looks like trying to give up the Flame Chompers to get this 2/2 out of the way, offering up the tray with the Zoe onto the Dancing Droplet with obviously 2 mana up. So I think a pretty clear read that there is going to be the Chance Ripple Cascade that should be committed here by Lear, and it will be. But there's a Twin Disciplines.
Ooh.
You still want the Zoe to stay alive at the very least here.
Yeah, just pre-commits the Twin Disciplines as well. I was wondering if you just put up the Droplet to block the Zoe, and then when they commit that Pale Cascade, you recall. But
looking at the hand, though, there's so many recall effects you wanted. This Dancing Droplet has a lot of value in the current state of the board and the hand for Robin.
I guess the idea there was to try to remove the Zoe if you could. Because when we talk about it, right, Panda, where some decks have such powerful win conditions that they are just forcing the opponent to adapt to their game plan. You're trusting that what your deck is doing is going to be consistent and strong enough that you don't need to spend too much time worrying about what your opponent is doing. But when you look across the table at a Zoe, things can get very out of whack very quickly.
Attack being committed here to the Zoe. Happy to be traded away, it seems like now, into the Dancing Droplet. Might have been the key for the attack last turn as well. I think knowing Lear, maybe definitely remembers how Ari Kennen was able to really use Dancing Droplets to their fullest potential, able to bounce them multiple times, and they become a pivotal piece despite only being a 1-drop.
Trade the Zoe away, I guess. She's not going to be able to connect with the Nexus ever against all the elusive blockers. Get some value out of her before a Go Hard comes down and just pings her down anyway. Lear is very happy to pivot away from the Zoe because there's so much resources in hand to just draw and keep up the swarm. And because we have the Poro Cannon, we don't necessarily need that Dusk Petal Dust, right? With Lear attacking on odds as it is. Very strong idea to maybe develop here with the Aphelios. If you want to use the Poro Cannon now, then you do get a Moon Weapon that is castable.
This is all going to be kind of in the setup for the Winding Light, which is not quite this turn, but the next turn it will be exactly 7 mana available on that attack token. That will be kind of the explosive turn. You have to be thinking about, hey, how can I make sure I have the most threatening board possible on that turn? Do I, open attack here to develop? Do I want to just trade 1-for-1? Even if they are just 1-for-1 trades, does that benefit me? Or do I, get more benefit from trying to wait and have this massive attack on turn 7? So a lot to consider here for Lear.
Yeah, whenever you're playing against Ionia, your open attacks are never as strong as they seem because of Concussive Palm or they just block and retreat, that kind of stuff. And by discarding that pedal, like, this entire turn becomes that much more awkward. Poro Cannon to discard the Zonai Urchin gives you your Moon Weapon with the mana to still cast it here. Wayfinder hits the board. We've got Cannon number 2. This means that with Mark of the Storm, Boom Baboon will go down. If you play 2 Marks of the Storm on the same target, they detonate and deal 2 damage to it. This was one of the ways that Ari Cannon was able to really stabilize versus aggressive lists that seems like they were well positioned to just fill up the board early and beat it down. Just once you get your cannons online, you just start pinging the board down and keeping it under control. Something that, you know, Ionia typically doesn't have access to, like that sort of direct removal. But Cannon really providing that Vandal City synergy, bringing some of that to the deck.
Attack now finally committed, forced to maybe trade away the Conspirator, forced to trade away the Cannons as well. And this is before we're going to see the signing come in and get those buffs in next turn.
Yeah. Sign in Thousand Tail, drawing more cards. No Go Hards being committed as of yet. We still have a couple recalls, so very easy to maybe get this cannon leveled up shortly. Get the Marks of the Storm ready to go. But when you recall the cannon, it'll transform back into a Lightning Rush.
The Nexus HP is going down, is getting more and more dangerous. Signing comes down, the refuel on the hand, the refuel on the stats on the board as well. Now the +1/+1 to just the 2 units that were currently on the board. And now the setup for next turn starts here for Lear. Ideally, I think wants to have the 3 spellmen available to also have Get Excited next turn.
We've got great developments here with Boom Baboon, swing in, open up a slot for the Flame Chomper, especially with Get Excited. Just send the 3 damage to the Nexus, maybe even onto this Navori Conspirator. And the next turn, you just play Daring Poro plus Winding Light.
Any damage here is important because at the end of the day, looking at overwhelm damage, this sign-in, for example, now at 3 HP instead of 5 also matters because that's more damage being let through next turn.
Ferris Financier finds the Give It All. Very, very cheeky. Sunburst also a great option, but when you're against Ionia, these big expensive spells don't really matter. Most likely whatever's picked will just end up being discarded. But I gotta say, I'm really feeling the Give It All.
Who isn't Skarzik?
Here's the thing, right? It's like, here's the thing. If you go for Sunburst, Robin either has Deny or just has a recall, so it doesn't connect. But when it comes to Give It All, they have to have the Deny. I guess they could like Homecoming your biggest thing so you don't get as much stat growth, but I digress. Gravitum connecting. I love, by the way, the Pulse Fire skin redoing the Moon Weapons so they look super futuristic. Very cool. But that is indeed a Gravitum. Might not be able to recognize it without the purple. And this curves perfectly into the Winding Light.
That's a play that we have been seeing, obviously with Caster Vision. You know, the setup has been there since turn 3, really, knowing that you're ramping up to this moment to try and have this very explosive finish, and hope your opponent doesn't have anything to really, you know, at least completely answer what you're currently going to offer here on the board.
So here we go, just a recall onto the Navori Conspirator. And the great thing about the Winding Light here is because it's spreading its buff across the entire board, a Homecoming, a Concussive Palm isn't going to be enough to stop this threat level.
That's exactly it. Only 5 mana to work with for Robin. A lot of stats, a lot of overwhelm, and a lot of units. Now facing down his Nexus, still 11 HP, so could be worse, but there is the extra bit of burn also available for Lear next turn if Robin finds a way to survive with the Get Excited in hand.
When Ari Cannon, you know, back when it was defining the meta, there was a lot of overwhelm decks, right, that were coming out. You know, big shout out to Rico Rex leading the charge on that front to just say, well, if you're going to try to ghost block my units, too bad. I just hit your Nexus anyway. And so finding that old win condition to counter this old deck.
Twin Disciplines coming down. I mean, there just aren't enough stats to block all of this. There's nothing really in hand that can answer either. Lightning Rush, like you mentioned, just doesn't do anything. Retreats, they don't do anything because the overwhelm damage cannot be affected by Ghost Blockers, and that's going to be simply Robin accepting defeat, taking the loss here in game 1, and Lear with a very simple and very clear game plan. Play units, play Winding Light on level 7 on curve, and just hope there isn't really a clear answer, and there wasn't one from Robin. So game 1 goes to Lear. He's one step closer to repeating a grand finals appearance for a second tournament in a row.
I mean, great game 1. I don't know if the bans could have changed. Like, do you leave scouts open instead because you think Ari Kennen could take down scouts? I'm trying to remember how that matchup used to go. Maybe after the Ginkgo Wayfinder nerf, it's just not good enough to keep up on board anymore. But who knows? If we were to play this game out again, we get Kennen down a little bit earlier, flipped a little bit earlier. We keep that board under control much more effectively. Get Ari in the equation to get more bounces with the droplet, for example. This is, I think, a classic matchup, right? Sivir Akshan versus Ari Kennen.
Classic matchup and a classic turn 2 play from any good Akshan Sivir player. Akshan attack token on turn 2. Put him right through, get the damage onto the Nexus, and get your landmark on the board.
And yep, Akshan finds a target with Kennen, but there is still the recall and the Mark of the Storm. Then you just replay the Kennen, you have the Mark of the Storm to clear the Akshan, but we've got the Shaped Stone as well. So here, I guess, is the question, Panda. Sometimes the Kennen player won't detonate the Mark. They wait and save it just as a stun for down the road, but you've got to force it here, right? If Shapestone comes out now, then that's purely to save the Akshan. They're not getting an up trade into anything, and I think this is acceptable because you're forcing your opponent to use a real card for just these free pings that you're kind of getting from the Kennen.
It's Mark of the Storm, not a real card to use, Karzik. It's now crying in a corner from the insult you've dished out. It's an imaginary card. Mark of the Storms can hurt spells. You, according to Skarzik.
They don't worry. They aren't real. They can't hurt you. Go hard. Another ping.
A whole month of Ari Kennen would say otherwise because Mark of the Storms hurt a whole lot of players, Skarzik.
I know. Whenever you think you're in a good position, you're like, oh, look at my wide board. I'm just going to beat them up. And it's nope. The Marks of the Storm come out. And there's even Godwillow Seedling for this Kennen to recall it. Cleanses the vulnerable. We get an ephemeral blocker down for this turn.
I'll be honest, my brain is kind of just somehow completely discarded the whole Ari Kennen arc. That whole chapter was just flushed away, and now it's all coming back to me.
I know, that's the thing, right? When somebody busts out one of these older decks from the metagame, you
decks that come in and
have to remind yourself what they can do.
Because there are decks that get nerfed, but they still appear every so often. You still see them to some extent. But Ari Kennen's a deck that came out, and I just haven't seen it again in ladder, in play for quite a long time.
Yeah, there was some like copium for like the first week after the nerfs. Like, no, this deck is still good because it had gotten nerfed a couple times before. They finally put it down in the dirt, and it was still like just adapting and doing fine afterwards. But we've got the Mark of the Storm to pop the Spell Shield on the Sivir, so this opens up more stuns, and Concussive Palm means that your like wide swings that you rely on aren't as resilient. I guess the only saving grace for Lear really is that Dancing Droplet is very delayed, so not a lot of cards for Robin, and no Ari, again, part of this equation.
Akshan possibly coming down again, but it looks like it might just be the Broadwing. Seems like a indecision here from Lear, deciding what of the two might be the better play, especially considering that, I think this Broadwing wants to snipe down one of these key targets next turn if possible. Always a tricky thing to do with how many recall effects there are in Ari Kennen.
Yep. Just going to put that Mark of the Storm down on the Sivir. Has the Lightning Rush in hand from the other Kennen to save the Dancing Droplet and draw a card. This is where things start to get pretty dicey. Because you're kind of low on resources and you're trying to prioritize, recalling your Dancing Droplet to keep drawing cards, and it just doesn't happen for you. I like that Lear, of course, doesn't get baited into wasting a sharp sight when there's potentially a recall. Wants to answer the Kennen. I wonder if this is correct. It's really hard to make the call of, can I kill the dancing droplet to run my opponent out of resources, or do I need to stop this Kennen so it doesn't keep recycling these marks and answering my board? And you can never know for sure what the correct choice is, because it all comes down to what your opponent draws that decides whether you're correct or not.
That is the case with card games. You get kind of, in hindsight, a lot of different answers. Some of them what you expect, some of them maybe a little bit different to what you were hoping or expecting as well. But we'll see Lear what he considers here. 7 minutes to work with attack token, time dwindling. And he has to try and, up the pace of the current game state. Has both the Auction and the Sivir. Has the Treasure Seeker. I'm going to go as wide as possible with the Waking Sands as well.
Mm-hmm. I like this line. As we've said time and time again, Panda, your open attacks versus Ari Kennen are never as good as they look. Yep, if we had taken that attack, Concussive Palm just comes through, and you're only pushing like 2 damage. And now we get to develop, get more threats, see what Simply Robin is going to spend resources on, whether or not, this Golden Aegis is appropriate, for example. And then we've still got some great damage potentially coming through with now the Sivir and the Auction. Warlord's Horde slowly ticking down here to level up this Auction as well.
Golden Aegis is a possibility. You're thinking maybe there's a Deny in hand, still 5 mana available for Robin. Maybe that's the case for Lear, trying to continue to fish out cards from hand and just have Robin dip under that 4 mana to make sure there isn't a deny for this Golden Aegis.
Lightning Rush is an interesting idea here. You get the Tail of the Dragon back in your hand. Try to snipe this Auction. If you move the blocker, though, the Sandstone Charger stays alive. So it looks like it might be a recall on the Droplet. Yep, get that card draw. And the rally doesn't look too threatening here, especially with the stun on the Broadwing. Lear might not choose to go for it. Thinking about Sharp Sight here to push 3. But look at this. Sivir doesn't even level up from this combat. So yeah, it seems the Golden Aegis isn't worth.
It will be Sharp Sight, though, to push that extra damage, as you mentioned. Go over the top of that Lightning Rush damage. Keep the Treasure Seeker alive as well. Go Hard is found, though. Perfect answer as a 1 damage ping for the current stat line.
And with that extra target onto a friendly unit and Auction completing his strike, that does pop open the Warlord's Palace. We have the Relic of Power now for Predict Draw and find one more piece to tie together the rest of this hand. What do you think Lear needs here, Panda?
Really just, he has the Golden Aegis was the biggest thing. He wants to, apply pressure when there isn't much of a board. Robin's kind of in this passive state of waiting for a sign-in to come down, of waiting for his own game plan to come into fruition. So Aegis is really the biggest thing he really needed at this point. Has the Absolver as well. So those are 2 kind of big combo pieces to really pop off. Once your champions are leveled up, that's the main thing.
Yeah. Broadwing, great idea. Cataclysm could be a find. Putting Overwhelm on a unit and then using that Pantheon style of Cataclysm to double dip on that Overwhelm. Maybe Verkur and Bruiser. I really do like the skip there. Broadwing is probably the best out of those 3, but you can do much better, especially since you already have the Aegis and the Absolver in hand. Is that 2 Go Hards cast now, Panda?
I believe so. I believe that's 2, and that's Treasure Seeker dead now as well. So a bit less of a wide board as well.
And so now we've got 2 Kennens in play, thanks to the Godwillow Seedling hatching. So we're going to have
Aegis.
more marks coming through. Another Godwillow Seedling.
Yeah, Aegis immediately committed here. You have the Absolver, you have the Shape Stone as well to try and push even more damage through. And the blockers here don't have that much HP.
And with the Golden Aegis going onto the Sivir, Mark of the Storm can hit this while it's on the stack. Sivir gets her barrier, but still gets 2 damage and stunned here. And now with both cannons attacking, there's 2 more marks of the storm. This translates to another stun. You can see what makes this so difficult. Maybe try to remove this cannon, but goes for the dancing droplet.
It is a way to refuel.
Yeah, there is Tellstone Homecoming, but actually just goes for the Twin Discipline.
There's a Shapestone possibility, Absolver here as well.
Yeah, Lear can't commit because of the 2 Mark of the Storm in hand. As soon as you put Absolver down, your main target is going to get stunned. Robin now has the opportunity to just get rid of this Broadwing, now that they took a little bit of chip damage from the droplet. And Lear is going to receive the attack token, has the Sivir and the Akshan in play, and Robin potentially with no answers off of the top. Only the Homecoming to rely on, but there's so much reactivity in Sivir Akshan against a Homecoming, right? There could be that Rite of Negation, could be a single combat or a concerted strike. Robin has the option, however, for Godwillow Seedling on this droplet to draw 1 more card here. Doesn't go for it.
Now the natural attack token is back in Lear's favor. He has a lot of mana to work with, has a bruiser as well, but looks like he wants to opt for just a straight up open attack to start things off. Then can develop the bruiser, see where the mana is committed on Robin's side, and then maybe go for a second attack with another Aegis. There was no deny last turn, so that's a pretty good indication that unless it was top deck now, there isn't one available for this turn either.
So Kennen does indeed block, and we have the Ionian Tellstone for the Homecoming. Sivir's Spell Shield was popped so long ago, and now with this recall being committed, we can still put extra stats and Overwhelm onto the Akshan. Will Lear stick to his normally cautious playstyle or try to push the lethal against Simply Robin with only 2 cards in hand? Because you can put a stat buff on the Akshan and then put Overwhelm on the Broadwing. Oh my goodness, but goes all in on the Akshan instead, trying to push 7 and then go for the lethal with a rally? Is it enough? Robin gets to draw a card here, finds 2 more go-hards.
Is that a pack your bags off the second one? I guess there isn't really enough time to play both unless he has to, commit it immediately. But Golden Aegis,
yeah, you play the go-hard. Golden Aegis puts a barrier on the Akshan. Does still have Overwhelm from the Absolver, so even with Pack Your Bags, it deals 5 to the Nexus, but Akshan can still go in. There's still Font of Power. There is the Absolver's Resurrection that puts Spell Shield on your champion.
Uh-oh. And that might be the play here.
Oh, it's Shield in
Sentinels
tech that you very rarely... Let's go!
Lear looking
right?
through
What would be...
plays.
Solves at focus speed, so you can just go, and then you still have to rally. That's the trick. Even if you put the spell shield on the Akshan, there might be a way for them to pop the spell shield against your rally, but goes for it.
Immediate burst speed pops in the Golden Aegis, and there is just too much to handle here, it looks like, on Robin's side. He has the Pack Your Bags. He's been working towards that with the go hard throughout this whole game, but in the end, a 9/7 barrier spell shield. Akshan is going to try his best to end the game, and I think Skarzig, he's going to succeed here.
Lear taking the set 2-0. Ari Kennen putting up much more of a fight than I was actually expecting it to. If Ari or Sign and Thousand Tailed had come down somewhere in that mid game to give Robin a little bit more fuel, things could have turned out differently. But as we know, if Akshan Sivir is able to grind their opponent down into a top deck war, the power of those Sentinels treasures always lets you come out on top.
And Lear does it again. Second grand finals, second time he's going to be there with an extra life, forcing the player that comes up from the loser's bracket to try and force that bracket reset and try and do it 2 times against another very seemingly strong lineup from LoR in today's tournament as well. We see it there, Robin dropping down to losers bracket. It will be Smooth Swallowish versus Chuck. The rematch that we saw in the very first round on stream will be happening once again for the round 4 of today's tournament. And then in the finals, the winner of those two will have to face off against Simply Robin to try and fight for a spot in that grand finals. A lot of great games coming up, but I mean, first thing we have to talk about is a rematch of that very first round we saw to start things off today.
Yeah, the players going for the rematch. It's like you kind of always hope that the person who sent you down to the lower bracket maybe gets seeded into the other side, but you just can't really rely on that, especially for such a small invitational. But now that you've seen what your opponent's stacks can do, maybe if you were unsure about a specific matchup, you get a little bit of experience there, maybe change up your ban, so it's not going to go down the same way it did earlier in the tournament.
There might be a chance to, like you said, like to adapt and to try and, you learn things from what you just played out, those key scenarios that maybe say, hey, if I would have done something differently here, I might have won the game or might have had a different result. So we'll definitely see, I think, some adaptation from Chuck to try and reverse the outcome of this next match that's coming up. But very quick break coming up, or actually in this case, this is the half point of the show, so not so quick, 5 minutes. We'll be back with round 4 with the loser semis between Smooth Swallowish and Chuck.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're about to jump into the lower bracket and get that all sorted out. We got coming up a rematch from earlier in the tournament. But before we get into that, Panda, I wanted to take a closer look at a replay from the previous set. We talked a lot about how Ari Kennen versus Sivir Akshan can result in some really tough plays. You have to commit to a line and just trust that you are going to be proven correct down the road. And we can see with this board state, recalling the droplet to draw a card over recalling the Kennen to maybe get an extra stun and be more resilient to rally was the call that was made here. And I don't know if this ended up being the most quote unquote plus EV line, but you can see that even within this instance, when the chips are down, there's still a lot of decisions to be made.
Even with full information, and especially, imagine players that don't have that full information, that don't know what the opponent's hands are, for example. It's much harder to really, pick and choose what the best possible option is here. And it always shows, how complex lore is. Even in like kind of a binary kind of decision can just fork more and more out of control in a different direction as well.
Yeah, because if you, for example, like we have the go hard from the draw to ping the Broadwing down, saving the Kennen. I think that simply Robin was maybe hoping, right, that there was more time with the God Below Seedling to recycle the Kennen rather than going for it there. And the fact that Lear has the second rally was really what sealed the deal in this game. And that's probably the read that Robin was going for.
And it's hard to maybe do something against the second rally. The first rally, okay, you kind of expect it, you kind of, account for it. But the second rally comes in like, okay, then, either way, there was nothing I could really do at that point. So it's always going to be very, very difficult to make the correct decision at all point in time because there are so many variables that you can't really control. You can't really be sure of when it comes to card games. Even us, again, with caster vision, most of the time, I'm not even sure, what the completely correct line is. And that's why it's still very exciting for us as well to be looking through. But something that's also very exciting is Chuck's lineup. And that's the part we're going to transition to very smoothly right now. We weren't able to see Chuck's lineup in the first matchup of the day because we were looking at Smooth's lineup and we just jumped right into game one after that. But we did mention at the very least, and we did see some of the decks, of course, in action. The first of those will be Elise Viego. It was banned from Chuck's lineup in that game one. It might not be banned in this case, though.
Yeah, I mean, just the thing about this deck is if you draw like a very high concentration of Viego and Deserter and Hydrovine, it feels very strong. But if you only happen to draw one Viego and one Hydrovine against a deck that can deal with those two big threats, you really struggle to close out. And with when all is said and done, you still got Disintegrate and Ravenous Flock to maybe create some tempo, Atrocity to maybe steal some games here and there. This is just an incredibly well-rounded deck that can high roll its way into some very unfair things.
That's definitely one way to say it, Skarzik. I would say there is a lot of truth to that statement, and it has, I know for you, one of your definite, hate cards in Atrocity, and it definitely does a good job of maybe not highlighting the card, but I don't want to say abusing either, but making use of what Atrocity has to offer, and not just on one unit, not just on this one kind of niche scenario at the end of the game, but really at any point from turn 5, 6, 7 onwards, it can be a very big threat. And we're going to see now the second list coming in from Chuck. We did see this list actually played out as well. It will be Jace and Heimerdinger. We saw very good tempo starts, but at the end of the day, there was just maybe not enough finishing power against some of Smooth's lists in that round one. Nothing really too crazy to talk about in this list. I think it's pretty standard in terms of what we're seeing here. You know, a lot of the killer units that work and synergize so well with Jace are being included, of course. All those Pharaohs in the top end is always going to be a very exciting option. We did see it in play as well in that round one matchup.
Yeah, this list really rose to prominence. There was a LAN in NA where this performed very, very well and has been very quietly just doing consistently well on the ladder. The only thing that makes me concerned is maybe the triple production surge, but I think that perhaps Jace Heimerdinger has finally landed in its niche where it's like, I want to get so much value that my opponent dies, so you've got to go greed mode. Triple production surge, double out Albus Ferris, and just go from there.
One of those decks that I think, you look at the stats, say, really, this deck is pulling out those stats. Like, does this make sense? But it seems to be performing, like you mentioned, at a very high level on ladder. And I think definitely one of those maybe slightly underrated decks that, at least from a numbers perspective, seems to be panning out in the current meta and seems to still, it might be kind of a low number of pilots or pilots that are very experienced in the deck, maybe pulling that number up. But I guess we'll have to kind of see as this meta develops and throughout this next kind of this expansion of cards and kind of how we get to the seasonal and where this deck is at that point. Because that's really the testing ground for if a deck is really good or not.
The list, when it comes down to just grinding and value, it can find those wins. A lot of games today, Panda, has been completely, players down to 1 or 2 cards in hand, doing that top deck war. And that's what Jace Heimerdinger can do, right? That's where it really thrives, is turning 1 card into tons and tons of value. But we got our 3rd deck as well from Chuck. This Aphelios Bard is a little bit on the weaker side. It does have some explosive early tempo with the Starry Scamp, but if it can't get Aphelios set up, if it doesn't get Winding Light, it does have trouble closing out games. But against a deck that is also playing a slower game plan and gives you plenty of time to set up, maybe you don't care as much.
And it seems to me when we saw it in that round 1 that it's a deck that does one thing very well, but it only does that one thing. The only answers it has in terms of interaction is a Sunburst at slow speed. So that's a whole plethora of threats you can't really deal with if they're coming in off an open attack. You don't have a fast or burst speed answer for the most part. There's no Hush in the deck. So it's kind of very linear in what it's trying to do. It can do one thing very well, but if your opponent doesn't care about that one thing you're doing or has a way to stop that, it seems like the deck just does nothing. I think that's kind of the idea or the energy that I got in that round 1 matchup. It could be different. Maybe this deck, when everything works out and you get Winding Light on 7, as we saw with, in the last round as well, you can still just win games with a linear and simple game plan. But it doesn't seem to me like it's the strongest version of a Bard deck, considering the other iterations we've seen in the past few weeks.
The idea here, I think, is for sure to be a invoke control, and Bard is there to just give you that extra level of pseudo inevitability with your stat gains. And if Chuck gets way luckier with the chimes or finds a board state where the Bard can get set up on turn 4, maybe attack 2, 3, 4 times to accelerate those chime generations, maybe it could get there.
I think we just didn't see much of the invoke package in the games that we saw. We just saw kind of a more linear game plan with the Starry Scamps, with just not really that explosive of a board state ever really for the Aphelios Bard player. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see that once again happens in this losers semifinal matchup between Chuck and Smooth. If the result will be the same with Smooth advancing, or if Chuck will find a way in the ban phase or maybe in the games themselves to turn things around and put things back in his favor. It was a very close series. I mean, remember the karma coming in all of a sudden when there was already a scores on the board and finding that perfect lethal. So it wasn't like it was a blowout by any means. It was 2-1 and a lot of very close games in those wins for Smooth.
If it comes down to a grindy game like that, who knows who's going to come out on top. Currently the metagame is really defined by your ability to quickly set up tempo, convert to a spiky mid game, and just close out. And when both players kind of come up empty on getting that spike and that aggression, it becomes anyone's game.
We're going to see now pick and ban phase. We're going to see if the bans end up changing for this matchup or if the bans remain the same. A reminder for viewers at home and whoever's not at home in a park, maybe watching this on their phone, we will be having a rematch of round 1. So Smooth and Chuck have already played before in this tournament. They're meeting once again the losers semifinal. We had Smooth winning that first round matchup 2-1 versus Chuck. A lot of very close games that just mentioned briefly. And that means that, again, I think it's wide open. There is kind of some basis to say, hey, Smooth might be favored, but I think it was close enough and a small enough sample size of 3 games where you can't really say that's the case. Is that correct, Sarzi?
Yeah, absolutely. When you play it again, when you have the ability to change your band, adapt to your opponent's strategy, you can truly see how bad the matchups actually are. It's very rare that we see players change their ban, but maybe if you feel the matchup is totally doomed one way, you try to manipulate those matchups and try to come at it from a different angle. We've seen entire lineup sculpts around the idea of taking an almost free loss and then just 2-0ing the other deck.
Smooth here has a few more decks to choose from than I think he is allowed. There are only 3 decks that have been submitted here for the tournament. Hopefully he picks the right ones.
Hopefully.
And looks like he has them
best of 3
properly named just to make sure he's not going to make any mistakes. Although I would have loved to him just to click on a deep deck by accident, and we'll just let him have it. We'll just let him slide in with deep in his lineup. Not going to be the case, so it will be, as we saw before, Field Amina, Akshan Lee Sin, and Victor Karma up against the lineup that we just dissected from Chuck. The Viego Deserter list with Elise with Noxus, the Heimer Jace, and the final list that we were just talking about, the Aphelios Bard.
And Smooth, again, just reevaluating the matchup, said, you know, I was able to kind of squeak out the win before. Is my opponent going to change their bans? Do I want to adapt to that counter strategy? I think we can say with confidence that Smooth is going to leave the Bard Aphelios up. Yeah.
Same exact outcome that we saw in the pick and ban phase to start off the tournament in round 1. The list with Elise and Viego, the Viego Deserter Noxus Shadows list is banned. The Field Amina is banned. And right away, Akshan Lee Sin for game 1 for Smooth. That is the deck that has been chosen. And the Aphelios Bard is picked up here by Chuck.
Now, this Akshan Lee Sin, you know, actually didn't end up resulting in the typical game we were hoping to see. Right, it came down to just a grind, and then a bunch of buffs and overall being put on Akshan instead. Lee Sin really didn't come into the equation at all. With this deck having like the triple Sunburst, it does become very difficult to set up those key targets without having the deny backup. And we'll have to see if Chuck can begin to high roll. Already a chime.
Skarsnik, you just caster blessed Lee Sin. We're supposed to be on the down low about the fact that we have not seen Lee Sin roundhouse kicking anyone in the face today yet. But now that you mentioned
Dragon's Rage, though.
Well, that was a little different, I think. Now that you've mentioned it, though, Lee Sin is going to come out just through a window, leg outstretched, and try and OTK Chuck here. And maybe he'll succeed because, as we mentioned before, Chuck does not have any clear interaction in his game plan. He doesn't have a Hush available. He's going to have to rely on slow speed invokes that usually can't stop Lee when he's coming in for an open attack OTK at burst speed.
Chuck obviously was not expecting Lee Sin as
you heard his name. He's in the hand already. We haven't even seen him in hand for most of these games, so this is a step up.
He's blind but has excellent hearing, Panda.
Oh, that's how it works.
And an excellent sense of smell. He can smell your fear.
Exactly. All your senses are enhanced thanks to having to rely on them a little bit more since the vision is not quite there.
But I have a very clear vision of Akshan once again on turn 2, attacking, getting that acceleration. Chuck doesn't have the Starry Scamp high roll either. We have a nice 3/3 Starry Priestess hitting the board instead. I like the Traveler, get a little bit more value. I like the Warrior. A lot of great options here, to be honest. For a matchup you're expecting to go a little bit longer, you can be a bit greedier with your picks.
And the hand very much leaning more into the invoke side of things that we didn't see in round 1. It was just kind of the Starry Scamps, the kind of very like tempo heavy early game, a lot of like puny units, as you called it perfectly, that weren't really able to do much or trade into anything. But this time now, much more of the invoke package, much more of the value game plan. The Mountain Scryer comes down as well with the Allegiance, and could be a very different game than what we saw.
Another invoke coming down. Crescent Strike does feel pretty good. It's decent versus this early board state if you want to try to push through some damage, but because Lee Sin kind of does all of his business at burst speed, it doesn't really help once they get the combo set up. So instead, Chuck goes for the Traveler. Maybe with the Traveler, with the Lunari Priestess, we can start getting some of those bigger Celestials, right? Like the Destroyer, the Great Beyond, the Mortal Fire. That's more difficult for this list to maybe deal with cleanly.
Lee Sin attempting to come down on turn 5. And now this is a problem because there is one bit of removal that can deal with Lee Sin here, and that will be the Sunburst. Immediately coming down for 6 mana, the trade away here. There's a second Lee Sin in hand, so it's not the end of the world. I think, you know, Smooth just trying to test the water, see what is actually up in the hand of Chuck.
if you're able to bait out, the first sunburst, maybe the second, it becomes less likely that they have the third. And that's what Smooth is trying to accomplish here. Akshan already leveled up. Chuck is playing, a much more traditional style of Targon, where it's going to kick back and rely on just raw value, having the answers with Equinox, stuff like that. And this gives Lee Sin the chance to just also, in turn, sit back, draw cards, find those combo pieces, and go for the kill. The classic combo versus value control archetypes. However, Chuck does not have the Targon failsafe of Hush versus Lee Sin, right? Where you're able to buy yourself anywhere between 3 to 6 rounds of more time to find those lethals.
And that Lee Sin came down unprotected. Smooth, he was not surprised by the outcome. He took that risk, he took that play, knowing he had a second Lee Sin already in hand, and that's fine. The next Lee Sin, I assume, will be much better protected, and there will be, we already see it in hand. The deny is there to have that extra bit of, fail safe in case an obliterated effect comes down, one of those very expensive slow speed removal spells that it's a good trade. Having a deny kind of, stop that from happening, and being up in mana to still continue developing the OTK potential from Lee Sin.
Warrior now with Challenger. If it gets overwhelmed from the Winding Light, it can pick a very devastating trade and punch through. And the value is definitely there for Chuck. You love to see it. Smooth is just going to immediately set up the Concussive Palm to get a blocker, to stop the Warrior from getting any sort of value trade that might be looking for. The attack token comes back through. Smooth is now at 10 mana, has Lee Sin plus the deny backup against second Sunburst or Falling Comet. And so now the second Lee Sin can hit the board safely. Traveler's looking for it.
Continuing to dip into the
Cosmic Inspiration. That's a fun one. Turning all of these small Targon units into real threats, boosting their power even further beyond with the Winding Light. I don't know if Chuck can resist. Takes the Golden Sister, does not get hypnotized by the Cosmic Inspiration.
Can't play it this turn though, at 5 mana with the Allegiance discount even.
Yeah, and the Mountain Scryer goes down to the Lee Sin challenge, so no more discount there. And here comes Aphelios. Gravitum is kind of nice, but look at this. Wow. The grappling hook from Akshan just immediately going to close out this thing as well. Lee Sin, not typically known for its ability to directly control the board like this, but Lee Sin has a little bit of that Vi energy, right? He comes down in the mid game if he's able to stick. Aside from OTKing you, like, this was kind of the original idea behind Lee Sin, was just being this mid game value enforcer that just kept your opponent's board under control as you built towards, other things.
And with Shurima, you have now obviously the great options for item negation. You have the quicksand as well, especially, but grappling hook, also a great tool we're seeing here with Akshan to control the bigger threats from Chuck, to make sure he's not getting out of control and not really, spiraling his own game plan, in a way that can maybe win the game for him, where Smooth might not have the right answers and the right, amount of time to buy for Lee Sin to do his own thing.
I like the open attack here. Chuck is trying to get Smooth to commit mana, maybe tap down to set up for the Sunburst. Stand United, very cheeky here. But if this second Lee Sin goes down, you're waiting for that third one to come through. Puts the barrier on the Lee Sin. Gets the Stand United to save the Akshan. Gets the Font of Power. Everything looks protected here.
And these plays feel so much better knowing that there just isn't any burst or fast speed interaction really from Chuck. So it's, that, whatever you commit, whatever you try and put onto that stack in terms of the combat tricks, they're going to go through every single time.
So with Chuck going for the open attack, not committing anything on the stack, we have Font of Power. And now with the discount on some of these spells, we get a little bit more variety of threats that can maybe be established, and you aren't so reliant on the Lee Sin.
Lee Sin does now level up, becomes much more of a threat at this point. And we'll see what Chuck can do to try and stop this. As you mentioned, the Sunburst is there.
Ooh. Goes for the shield of the Sentinels to put the spell shield down. Doesn't actually go for Font of Power. So now we've got barrier and spell shield on the Lee Sin, and Sunburst does not go through spell shield.
Mm-hmm.
So is able to stop that, just completely stop that value trade from happening with the warrior, with the Tell Stone into the Stand United, protects everything, levels up Lee Sin, and now has spell shield on both Lee Sin and Akshan, preparing for the next kill. We've even got the Shuriman Tellstone in the hand for Swole, so you can go for burst speed into Ruthless Predator to find that swing through.
The Guiding Touch is maybe find something that could interact with the spell shield, but we talked about before, there's just not really that many options in this deck from Chuck. So unfortunately, I think it looks like Lee Sin just unscathed, has spell shield, feels protected, has Sonic Wave now top decked and ready to deal a bit more damage here as well.
And no chimes coming through really once again, just basic Targon stat lines in play. Here comes the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. Even though we don't have the Overwhelm for an OTK, just slowly chunking away at Chuck's board. No big threats are allowed to survive. Lee Sin still gets to deal decent damage to the Nexus anyway with the Dragon's Rage.
Bit of a slower clock though. This is not usually we always expect the OTK potential of like if Lee Sin is still alive and has spell shield and there's cards in the opponent's hand, it's pretty much over even at 20 HP, but not so much the case here because of that lack of Zenith Blade and the lack of Overwhelm on this Lee Sin.
And already, you got to remember, Akshan keeps generating the Sentinel's Horde over and over the longer he's alive. So Smooth has this really egregious level of synergy and value that keeps ticking down. The second one could detonate, add Font of Power, or you just play the Sentinel Shield again to stack that +2/+2 even further.
Well, it's a great card art. Thank you, Smooth, for showcasing that for us.
Celestial Trifecta. Still trying to fill up the board. We have Equinox into Winding Light. Try to go for some Overwhelm here. Smooth is still at 20 HP, however.
And so many defensive tools in hand still. We have the Deny, we have the Concussive Palm, we have Will of Ionia. Winding Light finally comes down, gives stats to everything. There are stats to defend with, though, on the side of Smooth. Very little more mana to do anything here. Only 3 mana available for Chuck at this point, and now it's Smooth's chance to play reactive and to answer this threat right now.
So we've got the Will of Ionia to stop even more damage. We have the Ionian Tellstone, the Shuriman Tellstone for Spirit Fire.
That might be the play. Commits all of your mana, but you get a lot of great trades, or at least you mitigate a lot of damage.
Yeah,
that would be hitting your Nexus
with the
instead.
-2 attack across the board. You're saving some of these trades. You put Barrier on your Lee Sin, so it survives versus the Winding Light. And, Will of Ionia is just delaying, whereas Spirit Fire maybe lets you just clear the board here without taking too much damage.
I'm very worried about the Pill Cascade onto the Winding Light to take down the Lee Sin as well. That might be the only consideration because of it would be 5 attack, but that's really the only risk you're taking with Spirit Fire at this point.
And if that's the case, then just block with Lee Sin somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Well, you don't want to kill the Winding Light. You want to get rid of it. So it's a risk that you can take, and it can be very, very beneficial. But if you think you're just OTKing, then, what's the point?
But it's nice to just let it go. Let's it go.
Only 10 HP on the Nexus.
So is there a world where you just play Eye of the Dragon, you Will of Ionia here just to put yourself up 1 blocker and then just go in for the swing? I guess Smooth just wants to save this for the Ruthless Predator to put attack onto the Lee Sin, get the next Sentinel's treasure to put even more attack on the Lee Sin. Yeah, so really unfortunate we didn't get to see the spirits, the spirit fire, but you know, once again, just keep on stacking that attack, finds the Twin Disciplines and the Absolver.
If you want more attack,
disgusting.
You got it. Absolver, Twin Disciplines, 10 is all you need for now. Gonna commit this, see if there's any reaction. But as we talked about so many times already today, in this game and in round one, when we saw this matchup earlier, there isn't really fast or burst speed interaction available from Chuck. He can heal his HP on his Nexus back up to 12 to try and stay alive, but there's a lot more attack damage buffs in hand here for Smooth.
Here comes Twin Disciplines, dealing 12, 13 in total. There's a second guiding touch in the hand from Chuck. Staying alive. And now we've got Will of Ionia to remove the Winding Light so that Akshan's full power strikes true. And that is Lee Sin doing it in a new way, but still doing what he always does. Overwhelm plus Dragon's Rage.
Instead of the single roundhouse kick, it was the 1-2 punch and kick, I guess. Akshan also getting into the mix of things, getting into that brawl and winning game one for Smooth. And this is maybe, you know, one step closer to trying to repeat the same result from that first series. Definitely what Smooth is looking forward to. Chuck going to try his best to get the reverse sweep and try and revert the matchup we already saw. The 2-1 win for Smooth in round one. Has to try and now turn things around. The wall of Eye of the Dragons is tempting here, I assume, for many Ionian players, Karzik.
The issue is when you play the Eye of the Dragon out from your hand, it becomes very hard to feed them. You know what I mean? Like, you got all these kids and dragons, and they all want your mana, and you're living paycheck to paycheck. Like, what are you going to do, Panda?
That is very true. I think it's maybe a little bit too much. It's great if you draw into them later and you have a massive hand and you have all these different tools to work with. But in this case, right off the bat, you know, when you don't have resources, you're single parent, maybe doing your thing. Karma, Victor, I'm not sure that family works out, but they're trying their best.
I know Victor's always in his shop working 9 to 5. Karma's got her job meditating, neglecting the
mumbling
kids.
By herself. Something about
it's
being
tragic.
enlightened.
It's tragic. You know, the state of Ionia, you know, you really hate to see it struggling to keep the mana full, keep the fridge stocked. You know, only you can support and donate to the poor children of Ionia. And meanwhile, Chuck is just enjoying his rich privilege across the board here, generating tons of cards and tons of value, just swinging in willy-nilly.
Okay,
really terrible.
Great damage. 12 HP on the Nexus already. Of course, we've seen, I think Game Breaker was the one that really let us know how easy it was to dip down in HP totals to just get it all back up with Eye of the Dragons when he was playing Karma so many months ago in Fight Night many different times. And in this case, it could be similar. You take damage here, but you're not really too worried. It's not really the end of the world as it could be in other matchups because you have ways to jump that HP total back up.
Mm-hmm. Chuck goes wide, tries to get a big threat with the Winding Light, but Ionia very specifically has a lot of answers towards that, again with Palm, etc. And now we're starting to finally hit our stride. Double Eye of the Dragon, Ballistic Bot helping out, and Calibrum coming through just at the right moment to stop this train from leaving the station.
That's a very expensive deep meditation, the full 5 mana.
Just to get a Dragonling. That's inflation for you there, Panda. 5 mana for a 2/1 lifesteal.
And a full board staring down at Smooth from the other side. So Chuck trying to mount much more of a tempo-heavy game plan here. Not relying on invokes and kind of the late game plan so much. Instead, going all in. And this Equinox is massive at really trying to push the tempo of this game. 12 HP already in the Nexus for Smooth. He might be in danger next turn, although he has a few defensive tools.
Chuck also with the Scryer discount can squeeze in the Charger. Very horrifying indeed. Smooth has to just discard this deny, go for the Daring Poros, get some wider blocks here. And do we have the Forbidden? No. Okay, good. I was going to say we can float 2 mana here. but we don't have Dusk Petal Dust to put Winding Light on top of this board. That's like always the dream that you hope for, but very rarely does it line up the turn 6 Winding Light.
The free damage here, Smooth, of course, will take that, bringing Chuck's HP Nexus down to 17. And we'll see the attack here from Chuck if there's anything he can do to support this open attack, if there will be an open attack. Looks like it will be a Severum first, so slow sweet spell cast, giving Smooth the chance to also develop before the attack is committed.
The open attack here is not that great. You know, you've got the 3/3 to maybe take down the Scryer. 1/1 goes into the 3/1. I have the Dragon, still a 1/3, decent body to block with. And so overall, it's better to just develop, see if you can maybe draw into or find something better. And Smooth is just going to tap down here with Sign in Thousand Tailed. You get better trades across the board. Try to reload for later on. Too much mana open for Chuck. If you try to set up Victor, they still have the Sunburst, or maybe they develop a Challenger. It's very spooky here.
And now just this attack comes in. Still a lot of fairly good trades across the board. Aphelios can't be traded down, which is the big one, forcing these elusives to get out of the way as well now that they have the extra stats. And I mean, the Sign-In survives, but still a 3/1 can get maybe pinged down or just traded into with something like a Spacey Sketcher, for example, and opens
Golden
up space for Golden Sister to come down.
And that's exactly what Chuck wanted to happen. Wants the trades to go through, keep the value going, replacing those weaker units with stronger ones. We've got Trifecta. If a low tempo turn happens, you probably save this for when everybody's like really scraping the bottom of the barrel for value. But now we've got Duskbringer. Having Dusk Petal Dust into Winding Light from this position is fantastic. Do you think Chuck will whiff Guiding Touch here just to draw a card?
It's going to depend, I think, on how reactive you want to be. If the threat's developed, for example, he's going to wait and see to have a Sunburst available now still with 8 mana working for him. So just going to play it more passively. It has his board set up, has his own threats set up. Aphelios on the board doing his thing, and now he's going to see, hey, what's Smooth going to do to answer? If Victor comes down, maybe I do want to Sunburst this.
Sunburst, and then you also have mana for Gravitum, so you go up another blocker. Another attacker, so you can push through even more damage, but actually goes for Trifecta.
Does make some sense because Victor isn't really a threat yet. Can become one, of course, but right now, maybe the play is to say, hey, this is not really a very impactful play. It can buy me some time to go for this Trifecta instead and have the Sunburst available for maybe a Karma later down the line.
We've got, especially with the Scryer in play, these cards are going to be fantastic at a discount. Has another 0 mana charger. Still has mana open for the Gravitum. We can stun the Daring Poro so that this Silver Sister can strike true. And things are getting dicey. You know, with the charger filling up the board here.
Are they really, though? You have double Ionian Tellstones, you have double health potions, you have ways to climb your HP back up to essentially 20 even, especially if Karma's able to touch down on turn 10 and you can pull that out after she's on the board. So there's a lot of tools that Smooth still has that he can work with, and I'm not sure he's in danger just yet.
I do like that Chuck held the charger because it's 0 mana in case the Winding Light was the top deck there. Not really looking to take an open attack versus Ionia PNZ, of course. So says, I'm just going to keep this available. Victor is scaling a lot faster than I was, like we were saying, he's not a threat yet, but he's looking a little scary, I got to say.
Might definitely become one very, very soon. And we saw there the attempted removal, the attempted the obliterate onto the Victor, deny. That is maybe the key deny that has been used up here. None currently in hand for a possible answer on, maybe a Karma being threatened in the next few turns as well. But for now, Victor's going to be enough of a problem, and he's leveling up as well.
Victor's leveled up. Karma about to level up and drop down soon. Suddenly we're doubling the ignitions. We're doubling the Hex Core upgrades. We're doubling our twin disciplines. Things could get out of hand very quickly with no Winding Light to truly convert this position. Chuck is giving Smooth Swallowist too much time to claw back into this game.
All of a sudden, Twin Disciplines on to the victor, allowing it to survive the trade versus Aphelios. Champion on champion action, and Victor is the victor in that trade.
Aphelios going down is so huge here, especially now that after he just leveled up, you have the potential to really just jump out in terms of value with Gravitum and Calibrum to keep Smooth's board under control and make your final Winding Light play a little bit more devastating. But look at this. Victor scaling up, has Fearsome, Ballistic Bot still in play.
No more
Ionian Tellstones into Stand United to swap out of the way of the Sunburst.
No more denies here. Has to maybe just accept the hit here. 6 mana though. That's a big commitment to deal with Victor. A second attempt now at Victor's life finally succeeds, but now Karma comes down, and because, we're back to the same situation we saw in round 1. Because there's a huge mana commitment on this turn 9, Karma can come down knowing she'll be protected, and we roll into turn 10 with Karma on the board and a whole lot of spells in hand.
Boom Baboon, full board for Smooth. The double concussive palm does feel a little bit bad here. It looks like Smooth might actually swing in here just to open up some space to get double Tail of the Dragon. Turn your 3/1s into 3/2s. There's a world too where maybe you try to Homecoming your sign in to draw more cards, but with double Inside of Ages happening, this hand is going to be absolutely full. Double Healing Potion to stabilize. Smooth's done it again.
We're talking about the HP not being a problem, taking that hit early on because of the Eye of the Dragons, but maybe also just the health potion, especially with Karma on the board, means that you can bounce that HP back up from 1, 2, or 3 all the way up to 20 very quickly because of the doubling effect of those heals.
And now finally, Lunari Dustbringer hits the board. No Winding Light. We saw this last week, right? With the Zoe, Aphelios, P, and Z Winding Light deck, that if you're running only two copies, it just doesn't hit your hand when you need it to the most to really put a stop to the game before things like this begin to happen to you. Here comes Karma, gets to generate a card for free even in her level 2 state, and now Smooth's hand is pretty full. So Inside of Ages isn't the right line as of yet, but still a lot of ideas to still play through here. Called Shot going to draw 2 more cards as well. Winding Light off the top. Chuck trying to put through some final way to end the game. Concussive Palm fills the board with blockers, stops one source of overwhelm. But is it enough?
The healing, it looks like you get double blockers. So the blockers not the problem. The problem is the difference in HP from the blockers and the attackers, and you can only heal back up to 20. I don't think there's quite enough, considering there's double Tellstone, so there's a Mystic Shot as well to take down one of the. I think it should be okay.
Yeah, there's enough here. Yeah, so we can block down. We've even got the 9/2 into the 6/5 if you want it.
I have to trade away the Karma though, which is maybe the sadder part. You have Homecoming as well though. It can definitely.
There's a second Karma in the hand though.
That's
so
true.
This one's going to get a lot of value. Your hand is really full, so the Inside of Ages doesn't really matter in my opinion. And because you got the Called Shot, you can just chill.
Yeah, I forgot that the Tellstones, even proccing the Tellstones gives you the extra health potion. So yeah, there's just so much healing here available for Smooth. As long as he's not taking 20 in one hit, that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, but look at this. With the Overwhelm, you're still going down by 17.
That's fine. You can still heal back up another 12, so...
Yeah, it's no worries, no worries.
Maybe want to throw in a Flame Chompers as well.
I think, honestly, maybe you do trade away this Karma. Because you have the second one that you can just play. Mystic Shot, I guess, is cool.
Might be something you want to have for your burn game plan as well. If you want to end the game, not just survive it. But it looks like for now, that is going to be the clean answer here. Takes down a possible further threat, like you said before. It's better to resolve the issue than just stall out. In this case now, takes care of the elusive that could be a problem later on as well.
Double Ignition. We've got Called Shot to draw 2 cards. Shuffle 2 copies of Parallel Convergence into the deck. And Parallel Convergence creates a ephemeral copy of an ally to do a free attack on the opponent. Or does it do an ephemeral copy of your entire board? I think, actually. Gets another called shot off of the random karma generation. It is your entire board. It's not very threatening, of course, but Smooth just wants to draw the cards. But if you shuffle too many convergences into your deck, they're going to become very, very bad top decks. Smooth is now just hopefully trying to draw for burn. Go for that final level of just doubled up karma nonsense that we know and love.
What are the odds?
There's the convergence
in a row finds the parallel convergence,
so
finds the victor.
If you double, okay, so if you parallel convergence, you're going to get an ephemeral karma that's attacking the opponent. So if Chuck blocks, then you have chances to put more spells on the stack, and they'll get quadrupled.
Oh, no.
So there actually is a line now where if Smooth can find like one Get Excited or one Mystic Shot, it's going to rain holy fire down on Chuck's Nexus.
Skarzik, don't leak the secret tech. The technology is not ready. It's not stable enough. We've
okay,
all seen...
we'll tone it down, Panda. Karma's going to generate a Dawn and Dusk next round, and then we're just going to do it that way.
Doubling up on really everything that's going to be played here is just going to get out of control no matter what happens at this point. And no answer from Chuck. This is the biggest problem. There's just no interaction in this deck from Chuck. So Smooth is just... He knows that unless it's a Sunburst, there's no threat, really.
Yeah, and the parallel convergence resolves left to right, so you're going to get, like, 2 Eye of the Dragons, 2 Karmas, and then, like, 2 Daring Poros. You can't dupe the Victor unless you can somehow trade these off.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
look, you can see... Wait!
Oh, no.
No, it repeats and then repeats. I see. It doesn't stack. So you get 1 stack, and then it cycles back through. Wait a minute. Double Poro cannon.
Where do these Poros come from?
Then you parallel... Wait a minute. How much elusive damage is this?
All right, let's just sit back, Scarlet. Let's just sit back and watch this unfold because I have no idea what's happening anymore. I just see cards popping in and out.
We haven't seen shenanigans like this since the beta.
Oh, look at this.
Look at all those Poros.
The game's gonna crash. Smooth has to be very careful. Is this a for fun tournament? What's good? This is a
so parallel convergence duplicates the karma, and then more karmas.
I'm telling you, the game is gonna crash if we keep this up, Skarzik. Smooth has to be very careful.
And then you've got 2 karmas now in play, and then the twin disciplines gets quadrupled. So then one of these Poros is going to hit for like 9 damage.
One of these Poros is going to have main character energy. Which one is it? We don't know yet.
Still has the attack token, by the way. That was just a parallel convergence. Can now go for Hex Core upgrade and double that some more.
He's trying to bait and see if there is any interaction with the 3 spell mana that's available from Chuck.
It doesn't work? Wow, I've actually never seen that interaction, that if you're able to create... Oh, it's because the Hex Core is from the Summon Victor and only affects the Victor that originally generates it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Smooth having a little bit too much fun there. Opens up a line where Chuck can maybe punch through.
Does it
with
really?
The Living Legends.
Solari Priestess comes online. Another Golden Sister. A little bit more board presence, but no clear removal for Karma or for Victor. And at this point in time, I mean, the value game is so much so in Smooth's favor. Too much cards really in hand at this point.
All right, here it comes. Living Legends. We have the Serpent and the Scourge available. And so Chuck getting a flashback to their first encounter where the Scourge was the thing that ended the game. We've got Homecoming to send that right back to the hand. It doesn't give the buff unless you commit that attack.
The attack, as you mentioned, has to come through, has to go in and then buffs the board. So the Scourge, one of the most expensive units that can be played in Runeterra, bounce back to hand. That 10 mana essentially useless, and at this point you're happy to maybe trade away part of this board, make sure you don't get hit. You can just go in for the Piltover Peacemaker, get some chump blocks here and there, and be happy to maybe take it.
Remember when they changed Karma so that she still gets the spell on level 2 and players thought that was a nerf?
Doesn't seem to
I'm
be
calling
the case.
you all out, chat. But that's okay. 10 mana, do nothing. Chuck struggling to end the Nexus. The second Tellstone is used, so we don't have the forbidden 3 mana heal 12 play any longer. But man, this Victor is big. What the heck? He's got Scout. He's got the forbidden keyword.
There is also 2 Poros coming online, buffing the Victor, buffing the Ballistic Bot as well. And now, from the whole very menacing army there was before, down to one single Solari Priestess with a single stick in her hand. I don't think she'll be able to defend against what's coming.
And here comes Smooth Soloist is like, finally, this deck is doing what it's supposed to do. Karma duplicates spells. You're creating spells thanks to Karma's ability and Inside of Ages. Victor discounts created spells. And he's looking to one-shot here.
Well, I think he's looking to play with his food first, because I think the game could have been over a few turns ago, but Smooth is holding Chuck hostage in this game.
Oh my god. The VM. Here comes the messenger. We're finally hitting some chimes here. The flash bombs popping off. And Victor cannot be stopped. No overwhelm, though.
No overwhelm. Has impact, though. Definitely the keyword that you need the most in this current point in time.
All right, so let's see the line here. Well, we've got just double get excited for the lethal here.
Lethal gets presented, 14 on the Nexus, 2 mana, and nothing that Chuck can do to stop this whatsoever. It was a 2-1.
Come on, where's
in
the
round
Inside
1.
of Ages? Fish for some spicy stuff.
2-1 in round 1, and Smooth betters it to a 2-0 in this loser semifinal. Chuck still finishes in the top 4. Great performance from him for his final debut. But Smooth Swallows is on his way to try and win this whole tournament with a very, very fun lineup. We're seeing here, as you mentioned, the true power of Victor Karma. When it does pop off, it does it maybe more so than any other deck in the game. Karma, one of the strongest level 2 champions, and I think she definitely proved why in this game too.
Yeah, just so much value, so much stuff that you could do. It's better to just say, okay, I had my fun. Time to end the game and move on to the next stage of the tournament.
We're going to see who, well, we know he's going to be facing up against Simply Robin in that losers final. We're seeing the bracket here. Chuck, as we mentioned, top 4, great performance from him. That's going to be it now. Simply Robin versus Smooth. I don't know if you're noticing what I'm noticing, Skarzig, but every single one of the players in the top 3 is German. We're talking about, some of the old guard, Lobster, Gamebreaker, Teddy, nowhere to be seen, but some great players stepping up to fill those shoes. Smooth among them. I think maybe the one, the player that's proven the most in the past few months, the most consistent. But Lear, also a player that grand finals again this week. He won last week's fight night. And Robin also has a very good showing on his first fight night tournament as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we go up against these rematches, we get to see these absolutely zany lineups once again on the stream, so I'm looking forward to that, and I hope you are as well, dear viewers. So stick with us and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just concluded one of our matches from the lower bracket, and we're about to move on to another rematch, Robin versus Smooth. But I wanted to revisit a key moment from that last set. A lot happened during that last Victor Karma play, but there was one moment in particular here. In the early game, Smooth has the double Eye of the Dragon set up, but not a lot of good ways to cycle through in terms of mana and cheap spells to get the Dragonlings, but still is confident with the Ballistic Bot draw that he can take a lot of damage here in the early mid game and eventually stabilize. The damage didn't stop coming here from Chuck, but, you know, Smooth dropped even lower and the strategy paid off. Finally, late in the game, even more damage comes through. The Ionian Tellstones being duplicated by leveled up Karma, getting more health potions here. And then each of those health potions gets duplicated. And look at this, 3, 6, 9, 12. Smooth was in a fantastic position from here for the rest of the game.
That's a perfect synergy with the Tellstones with Karma as well. I think, right away, players that are deck builders, players that kind of think outside the box, the moment these Tellstones came out, they immediately started thinking, what is the benefit? You have the Three Sisters as well with things like, the Mushroom deck. With Puffcat Peddler, you have that double up effect as well. So there are many cards that, in how they work, you're paying extra mana. Sure, you have this, wider array of options to choose from. That's why you're paying the extra mana. But you can also have that extra mana be an upside with things like Karma when she is leveled up in terms of doubling up spells or quadrupling spells in this case. So really, really good identification there from Smooth in building this deck and piling this deck to now a loser's final showing here, and he has a chance to make it up into the grand finals as well.
Yeah, the health potion has just been coming in so clutch versus these aggressive decks, really helping out, with Eye of the Dragon not doing as much heavy lifting. But then you just have access to Homecoming, which has been glorious versus these Winding Light decks. It still works on landmarks, so it's good against Thralls. Again, when they buffed Homecoming, and we saw it in Ari Kennen and Aurelia Azir, we understand how potent this card can be at the right moment.
That's going to be the deck that we just saw showcased. I think, there's nothing else to say because everything you want to know about this deck, we saw it in the last game that we cast.
Exactly.
We saw the early game, we saw the mid game, we saw the late game, we saw why it pops off and in what way. We saw the burn potential, we saw the healing, we saw really the whole kind of a perfect showcase of the deck. A deck we haven't seen those cards is this Field of Mina list. I think players are a little bit scared of what this deck has to offer, what this deck can put on the table in terms of how strong it can be in the late game, especially. Feel the Rush, obviously being, the reason or part of the reason why this, the name comes from Mina, the other half of that. But really, it's just a great mix of tools from both Freljord and Ionia in terms of stalling. Maybe no deck in the game does it better than this. You have freezes, you have recall effects, you have denies as well. You have Gusset Palm for stuns. I mean, you have kind of the whole, tree of options you need.
This deck has been banned every single set that we've seen for Smooth Soloist. And the reason is just because when you're playing against the Shadow Isles version, you're like, okay, well, if I can deal with Trundle and Tryndamere, or if I have Deny or Rite of Negation for Feel the Rush, I'm kind of just chilling. I'm kind of good. But for this deck, you've got to worry about She Who Wanders, Mina, If That Stares, Buried in Ice, the quote-unquote one-sided Ruination finishing the job. This list just has, again, that really high concentration of different threats that, you can't run 9 negations, 9 denies. You're just, something is going to finally hit and blow you up. And every single deck in the metagame fears one of these 5 cards, individually.
We'll see if maybe Robin will allow this deck to come through in this matchup, but I have a feeling that will not be the case. And this is going to be I believe that was the Victor Karma on the side of, no, never mind. Robin's not playing Victor Karma. It was the Akshan Lee that Robin was playing.
Yeah, Robin is on Akshan Lee, Ari Kennen, and Thralls. Thralls, a deck we haven't seen yet either. This is a similar list that players are just really afraid of. Even if you feel like you've got a good matchup, we know that the best of the best Thrall players can put together some absolute nonsense combos and, get 2 or 3 Thralls down at, burst / focus speed and they get that very beautiful open swing before you get a chance to develop or try anything. If you go for a vengeance, you know, they have the right of negation to back it up. Robin's version is on the triple Sands of Time as well. The super turbo version, I think that was popularized by Frozen Thrall, the one trick, and doesn't even run Draklorn Inquisitor.
I think Thralls is a list that now, because it's become so much more popular, players are testing out different things. There isn't kind of such a defined list. Players are trying to get an edge on each other by running slightly different lists and trying to kind of tech for that exact matchup, possibly with the mirror even. But in this case, what isn't going to change? Oh, never mind. Victor Karma gets banned here. Field of Mina is available for Smooth to play. The bans are through. They're locked in. There's nothing to change here at this point. And that means we will be able to see this deck in action.
Wow. The two monsters of the tournament that have been getting banned repeatedly now get to go toe-to-toe. This deck is not favored into this one. It that stares, obliterates all landmarks with its effect. You have Homecoming to also recall a landmark. If a Thrall is about to tick down, if Promising Future is attached to it, and you hit that Tellstone, get that Homecoming, then it's just going to be a disaster. So when your opponent, normally when you're playing Thralls, you're worried about your opponent being aggressive, right? And just kind of beating you down, maybe rallying in the mid game before you can get set up. But this is a rare deck that has true direct answers that you fear.
Very heavy hand from Smooth. Maybe expected. This is, of course, a very heavy deck in terms of what it's trying to do and at what mana cost it's trying to do it.
Here's the thing, right? The consensus is that, you know, even if you're running a deck with Scorched Earth, it doesn't really beat Thralls consistently enough, because sometimes their Thralls just hatch too quickly before your Scorched Earth can line up. Sometimes they have that right of negation and they get it anyway. So even though Smooth is on a very beautiful ramping idea, has Three Sisters Flash Freeze to maybe not take that 8 damage, Simply Robin is still just working on the game plan here. Curator, Promising Future, can Smooth draw the key card that they need before it's too late?
8 mana going to be available next turn.
Oh my god, wait a minute. No, what? Turn 5, 2 Thralls. Simply Robin doing the forbidden combo. Harbinger, indeed, the portent of doom, of ill things to come. 16 damage of overwhelm on turn 5.
Both players trying to do the most forbidden thing they can with their decks and seeing who's able to pull off the Exodia combo the fastest at this point.
And here it is. Concussive Pop can only stop one of these. No right of negation here. And even though there is also another Harbinger to get a second Thrall ticking down.
It's not the end of the day, though.
Wide swing.
Taking some damage here. You have Tavern Keeper. You can heal up a little bit as well if you choose to. You have even the Flash Freeze as well if you want to play Three Sisters.
A little bit of healing. Got 3 HP to block. We take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're down to 11. No, we can still value trade with the Weirding Stone.
You want to have 9 mana next turn, though, for Mina, right?
True.
So I think you're fine taking the 10. 10 is less than 20, actually. Half of it.
10 is less than 20.
You're half alive still if you are Smooth, and that's maybe all it takes with playing a deck like this one with now so many options and so much mana to work with at this point.
All right. Save us. Save us, Mina Swiftfoot. Get these Thralls out of here. Doesn't bounce the Harbinger. Very smart. Doesn't want that to accelerate a Thrall. You can only pick 2 targets. Very cool. As the Snail Blessing.
Right of Negation not available in hand. That would have been the top thing that maybe Robin would have hoped for to keep his Thralls on the board. And now this is what we're talking about. The stalling game
the
plan.
Entomb! Does that fizzle this?
No, surely not.
I can't remember if... But it...
Sounds like Oh, you're back. Okay. There's some interesting lines being taken here for sure, Charlotte. We will be learning a lot of interesting thing about these. We'll see. We'll see what exactly is gonna be Robin's game plan now. Trying to again play around this recall effect that would have maybe just stunted his game plan altogether at this point.
Yeah, we have the promising future. If there was like an imagined possibilities here, you get to jailbreak your thrall a little bit earlier. We get the 2/8/8 at the start of the next round, but next round Smooth is going to have the Feel the Rush. Simply Robin will have the opportunity to set up Lissandra, get her leveled up with a tough Nexus. It becomes a little bit harder for Smooth to actually end the game. And then we're suddenly pivoting to a Watcher game plan.
Does it become harder, though? I mean, the whole game plan for Robin was he has to find the window of time to get these thralls online very quickly, ideally multiple of them, and just try and end the game before things out of control. But Smooth, at this mana now, and with the options he has in hand, there's so many ways to answer any threats. You have Burning Ice. As long as there isn't a red negation, it's just, there's too much that Smooth is able to work with now with this deck. This is a late game deck for a reason.
Hit that stairs. Comes through with the landmark Obliteration. So now the Entombed Thrall does indeed go down. The rest of the Frozen Thralls are cleared off of the board, and Simply Robin is left without any threats. It looked so doomed on round 5 with a double Thrall, but Smooth was able to stabilize. Going to try to pivot here into a grindy style. Blighted Ravine dealing 2 damage AoE, combined with the Ice Shard trying to chip away at this board. Smooth has a great open attack, but decides to go for the Feel the Rush. Simply Robin actually whiffing so hard on the 2 rights of negation that are in the deck.
Well, you can't have everything in life, Scarzy. He had the perfect combo for 2 Thralls attacking on turn 5. Didn't have Ray of Negation. That's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. And in this case, cookie crumbles with a Trundle and a Tryndamere 10-10 in stats facing down onto your Nexus. Lissandra with Tough is very, very good, but maybe not good enough to stop this attack from coming through.
Yeah, we've got Sands of Time to peel a little bit of attack power off of this swing, but I don't think that there is enough blockers in general. We've got, we've got a nice block here. Take 10. If Lissandra trades into the Trundle, we get our Tough Nexus to just barely survive here.
3 HP is where Simply Robin will be sitting at now. Survives this turn, no rally effects, no kind of doubling down effects, of course, in this deck or in this game plan for Smooth. So one more turn that Robin will be able to survive here. I don't think he can mount enough of a threat here on this turn to do it. And yeah, surrender comes in. Robin gets taken down in this game 1. Smooth now 1 step away from making it up into the grand finals and facing off against Lear. And trying to really decide here, who is the German player that is on the hottest streak, on the best of forms right now at this current moment in Runeterra? Is it Robin, who can still go for the reverse sweep and maybe defeat the player here in this losers final? Is it going to be Smooth, or is it going to be Lear trying to get the back-to-back win in 2 Fight Night tournaments in a row?
Honestly, it was just monumental to see such a strong opening from Thralls, the strongest they're probably capable of at that point in the curve, and see a player stabilize and still come back from that. If there was a Rite of Negation for that Swift Foot play, it would have been a completely different ball game. Even having the Rite of Negation for that stairs play to keep those Thralls up, maybe accelerate them with the Instant Century. But here's the problem, right, Panda? You got 1 win versus Thralls, but this is a deck that does what it just did pretty consistently. So hopefully your next deck can also survive to try to 2-0 the Thralls, which is a very tall order indeed. We have Quicksand, however.
Yeah, Lee Sin Action will be very difficult to get a win here because there's just so many tools. The exact tools that Robin wants to have in hand to deal with Lee Sin are going to be here. Quicksand, Freezes from 3 Sisters. We have it here, especially in hand already. Entomb even, if there's kind of a very dangerous set you need to take down in some other way. Lee Sin now drawn, but again, there's just so many ways to answer what he's trying to do specifically.
We have Quicksand on Simply Robin's side for the Lee Sin, taking some, attack power off of him. Quicksand also negates the barrier, so Lee Sin could take a little bit of damage if he's not careful. Smooth is just kind of chilling. Simply Robin on a much slower cadence than we saw previously, but now has 2 thralls working in tandem. Leah also in the hand. The board's going to get pretty filled up. You have to be careful when you're playing a landmark deck of not filling up your bench too much. You're going to take a lot more damage around the sides. Simply Robin's hand is very reactive, not too much thrall acceleration here.
Talia coming down, and this is, you're talking about there being a scary turn 5 in the last game, but Talia coming into the mix and bringing out a whole lot more is what is usually the scariest possible version of thralls on maybe not turn 5, but turn 6, turn 7.
We have now 2 frozen thralls set at 3 for their countdown, and as a reminder, Simply Robin is not running the Draklorn Inquisitor. So we don't have one of those potentially coming down next turn to get the thralls. We're hoping for a top deck of, Time in a Bottle, that sort of thing, especially with the Preservarium about to tick down.
Lee Sin now has the barrier, has the attack buff. There is not enough mana to really deal with Lee Sin at this point in time, so going to be an easy kill on the Lysandra right away before she can level up, before she can really get out of hand.
There is a second Lysandra in the hand, however. Having a tough Nexus is not really, the point in this matchup. Having the Ice Shard to, wipe the Dragonlings, push through more damage with your Overwhelms. I like this line here. The Double Blighted Ravine draw means that Simply Robin can take these slower turns just in a board-wiping style. You're clearing a path for your Frozen Thralls precisely when they hatch on your next attack token. It's perfectly timed.
Talia doing her thing, trying to push some extra damage as well. Going to be 4 damage onto the Nexus here, bringing Smooth down to 14 HP unless he's able to do something else here with the 6 mana he has available. Looks like it's not the case. Going to opt to actually, kind of an awkward hand though from Smooth as well. Can't really do anything with his mana on this turn.
Yeah, Blighted Ravine. You maybe hopefully get the Homecoming to send it back. But the fact that it happens at the start of the next round just also puts a big stop on your potential to develop and try to get the open attack. Simply Robin has second Blighted Ravine in the hand, going to clear these Eyes of the Dragon, and then clear a path specifically for these 2 thralls that are about to hatch. But Font of Power is found now. That's been ticking down this entire time. Predict, draw, Ionian Tellstones. We can find a Homecoming, stop 188 from hitting the board, but is it worth it? If Lee Sin were to level up off of that, it might feel a lot better. We put Challenger on the Eye of the Dragon. Is Smooth really thinking about just trying to push 6 here?
I mean, it's not an OTK turn, that's for sure, especially not with 10 mana available, and for sure there's going to be Quicksand, there's going to be 3 Sisters, there's going to be ways to deal with this. So I think you just have to try and test the water, see what the options are from Robin, and so just start thinking about the next turn, about defending next turn. You're not going to win this game on this turn right now. There's so many answers. I have to start thinking, what can I do to not die next turn? That's the biggest question.
And Quicksand finds its target, takes away the attack buff, and removes the barrier from Lee Sin. Smooth is forced to pivot here to the Twin Disciplines to keep this threat alive. And Robin also saves Talia. Now that she's leveled up, she becomes a massive threat alongside the Thralls. And now, with Lee Sin set down to 2 HP, Blighted Ravine number 2 has been perfectly set up. Talia gets to survive at 1 HP, and Smooth's board is wiped. The only safe bet here is to just immediately commit the Absolvers, or do we find the Homecoming instead?
So it might be Homecoming onto the Blighted Ravine, but then you have to deal with the Thralls next turn. You don't have the mana to place Eye of the Dragon this turn either. You have 1 less blocker, 1 less Dragonling. All in all, this seems like a pretty doomed situation, and a doomed matchup overall. I mean, going into it, you think, hey, this is my win condition, and my opponent has 17 ways to answer it. What can I really do? when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, you activate your Eye of the Dragon and get the Dragonling, but Simply Robin still has 3 mana left, so you can just play Lysandra, right? And then with the Thrall hatching, you will get the Ice Shard, force through a lot more damage. Oh my goodness. Going for the Homecoming here on the Frozen Thrall does level the Lee Sin. He'll survive against the Blighted Ravine, but at what cost? Talia still going to come swinging in with her abilities. Lysandra putting tough on the Nexus makes it that much harder to find the OTK you're looking for. Lee Sin's a one-man army, but he's not that strong.
Denies available. You have a lot of different, well, I guess just the Quicksand really and the Concussive Palm are the options. Survive here at 1 HP, but as you mentioned, the Ice Shards will start becoming a problem as well if you go that low.
Yeah, that's really all you can hope for. Smooth does have Quicksand as well to take the overwhelm away from the Frozen Thrall. Peel 2 power off of the Lysandra. Simply Robin has the third Blighted Ravine in hand, so putting Smooth all the way down to 1 HP within 2 HP is really all you care about.
Mm-hmm.
And Smooth recognizes this. I can't go down to 1 against Blighted Ravine number 3. What are the odds? There's even just, Three Sisters Fury of the North. So the Quicksand is indeed employed to save as much HP as possible.
The barrier on the Lee Sin, but I mean, it's just with 2 Three Sisters lined up in the hands. Even if you survive, how do you actually find your own win condition? That's the idea that Smooth, I think, is considering it. And it seems like one of those matchups and one of those situations where you get to this point in the game, you're like, okay, is there really any out? Do I have any combination of any line that I can possibly go for? Even if I'm extremely lucky and everything resolving in my way, that pans out. I guess if my opponent just doesn't have Three Sisters or Quicksands, but that is very unlikely at this point in the game. Yeah,
we can do it. We can go for Absolver, right? To threaten 16 damage with the Dragon's Rage. You can just Rite of Negation the Dragon's Rage, re-establish that buff after the first Flash Freeze comes through, but then the second one comes through. It's certainly doomed. And again, the Miracle Run versus Thralls in Game 1 was just a magnificent feat for Smooth Swallowist. But when you give Thralls a chance to try again, like you can beat Thralls here and there, but trying to do it back to back, trying to do it consistently is an incredibly tall order.
This hand is not great. Absolution will be found for this Eye of a Dragon, but unfortunately, that's all that Smooth can do here. A single Eye of a Dragon versus the world with 17 stacks of Absolver is, an attempt at winning the game, but not one that will get any great results. Game 2 will go to Simply Robin. He's going to tie this series 1-1, and now a final Game 3 will decide which of these German players will face off against Lear in the grand finals.
Yeah. Philomena, the deck that was feared the entire time, gets its win. And now Thralls, also being left unbanned, gets its win. Both of these players want things to go to that Game 3, put everything on the line. No point in trying to get fancy with the bans, because there's just so many decks right now in the game that if it gets the right combination of cards, you just get to do whatever you want. But no surrender. Smooth is going to take the extra time to let Simply Robin enjoy this massive swing for lethal, while thinking about what that next matchup is going to look like. Akshan Lee Sin versus... What was Smooth's other deck? Excuse me, Simply's other deck? Ari Kennen was unbanned?
Yeah. And we'll see now what that matchup will look like. As you said, everything is on the line. Game 3. No bracket reset, no losers bracket. It's not a possibility yet because we are still no losers. Finals is not the grand finals yet. So this is kind of the do or die moment for both of these players. Not just advancing to the grand finals, but also getting your invite to next week's final would also be the consideration here for these players. So a lot on the line, and kind of a lot of these players have to consider going to this game 3. I'm sure both want to win it. Who doesn't at this stage in the tournament? You know, you've done all this hard work. You've gone through all these grueling best of 3s to now be one win away from really being where everyone wants to be, the grand finals.
And when you head into this third match, this is another match that both decks kind of have tools to stop and counter and slow down one another, but it's harder to say whether they're really favored. Back when Ari Kennen was, at its highest.
Ooh, never mind.
I misread the ban. It's a Lee Sin mirror.
Oh no.
I have literally never, I've seen plenty of Lee Sin Zoe mirrors, but Lee Sin Akshan, I have never had the pleasure of casting this mirror match.
Oh,
both players are true gamers and have their Akshan on turn 2.
I'm not sure pleasure is the word I would use.
Goes for the yeehaw, swinging in against that Akshan with only a Shape Stone to back up. Not respecting the twin at all. Both players with the Vagabond as well. The Warlord's palaces are perfectly in sync. Smooth just a little bit further ahead with the 1-drop.
And 2 Lee Sins are in hand for Robin as well. So that's, for many players, the hardest part about playing Lee Sin is drawing him and finding him when you need to for him to be your win condition, because most of the times he is your sole win condition. The whole deck is built around Lee Sin doing his thing and having the OTK potential.
And so now simply Robin gets a swing back in. Tempting Smooth to block with a 3-3. You're perfectly fine with this outcome, because if they're trying to really go for that YOLO play, you get the trade. Otherwise, you're just forcing a card. Do you want to respond to this with your own Shape Stone? No, it only gives 1 HP. Never mind. Palm. They still get the... it's really hard to say if you actually care about the Warlord's Palace, you know what I mean? Especially with your Akshan safe in play, you can probably just keep up with the acceleration here. As long as you're matching your opponent beat for beat, I think that you're happy here.
There will be the trade on the right. The Akshan surviving with quick attack, of course, making him extremely resilient with the attack token in his favor. And the level up already coming through on the Akshan.
Wow, yeah, the second Vagabond. Just to accelerate that, I might have waited, honestly. You float the mana, and then you can use the Vagabond to get another Palace cooking. I guess this means Robin is really thinking to themselves, I want my Akshan to be a big mid-game threat. I don't care about long-term value. Like trying to play this perhaps a little bit more like Sivir Akshan, where you get that mid-game board dominance and convert that to a win.
I mean, considering both players have access to things like Quicksand, you can't really rely on Lee Sin as your win condition. You have to try and find a way to do it through more standard means, let's say.
But the Relic of Power comes through, and Smooth, having the attack token, can have much better use of it. Picks up the Lee Sin, not doing anything too flashy. Both players now still neck and neck when it comes to value, if I do say so myself. But now that Smooth has picked up the Lee Sin, simply Robin has 2 in hand. Both players now getting very, very scary threats in play. Simply only missing an Absolver now.
See, is it time for Lee Sin to come down? Is he going to be protected enough? Is it too much of a risk? We're going to see as we move on to now the attack token for Robin. We're going into turn 6. And, Sonic Wave, there's many ways for this Lee Sin with a barrier as well to come in and try and do something. Shadow Assassin, not a card I expected to see here.
Yeah, simply Robin does have 2 copies of Shadow Assassin in this build, where Smooth does not. And you got to remember, when you're including cards like this, you have to cut something else. The cards that simply Robin has chosen to cut is the Ionian Tellstone.
Sans' time was committed here defensively on the side of Smooth.
So strong. Now the instant Century comes down onto the Sentinels horde and immediately gives you access to either the Shield of the Sentinels or the Font of Power.
And Robin really taking his time here, has 4 mana to work with, has to really consider how he wants to navigate what could be a very crucial turn. Goes for the pass instead, says, hey, there's not much I can really do here at this point.
Here it comes. Advance a landmark for 4 rounds. And just 1 more targeting spell to bust open this powerful treasure. Let's see what Smooth opts for. Goes for
Maybe
shield.
Yeah. We're talking about quicksand. We're talking about all these different spells that can stop Lee Sin, and spell shield can be so valuable in this matchup. Seems like a no-brainer, especially when your champions are really the meat of your deck and of your game plan. We're seeing here Lee Sin leveling up, trying to become that OTK threat every player fears.
So we've got a 10 attack Lee Sin. The OTK is put on the stack. Simply Robin does have the quicksand to pop the spell shield, goes for the Sands of Time to do it, and puts up the Will of Ionia. There is no deny to stop this. This Lee Sin is going to get sent back to the hand, and Simply Robin turning the tables with an instant century of their own to accelerate this palace.
So what mirror matchups looks like many times, a player commits, does their thing. If that gets answered next turn, the other player probably is going to do much of the same as well.
And so with Lee Sin being sent back to the hand, that's 5 more mana that Smooth has to commit to try to find that lethal. Akshan goes down at the very least, but now this is all Simply Robin cares about. We have to find an Absolver, however.
Getting the extra proc here on the Palace with the fleeting card. Doesn't want to throw that away. Just wants to get the value from it despite the cost of the 1 mana. It doesn't really do much of anything on that turn.
And look at this. The Sentinel's Horde perfectly at 4 for its countdown for the instant century. Gonna put the spell shield on the Lee Sin. Or do you think you have to go for Font of Power here to find Absolver?
Looks like that
Font of Power.
Consideration for Robin at this point.
Font of Power finds a second Akshan, gets another Sentinel's Treasure set up and ready to go. Has Sonic Wave Resonating Strike.
2 palms available for Smooth. So even with a spell shield, there would have been that chance for a stun regardless. You had kind of that fail safe, but that would be pretty much all the mana for this turn committed here. Lee trying to get a little bit more attack, so trying to become a bit more of a menace at this point with the Twin Disciplines. 2 different copies of level up as well.
I honestly do like the Twin Disciplines being committed here. They don't really help you elsewhere. And you're just going to try to kick this Akshan, deal 8 damage to the Nexus. Plus you're pushing a little bit more around the sides. 13 in total. Smooth could let this go through. We've seen it before where as long as Lee Sin isn't OTKing you, isn't forcing you to actually react to prevent the lethal, you get to save all your tricks and tools for when they're truly needed. Keeping the mana open allows you to set up Lee Sin here as well.
That's the biggest thing. You have to defend, but if you use up too many resources defending, you can't get your own game plan online for next turn. And even if you do, there's still a chance that Robin is going to have the answers for this Lee Sin in the future as well.
Mm-hmm. The Shield of the Sentinels is an everywhere buff. When this Lee Sin comes back down, it'll still have Spell Shield. And that means that Simply Robin is going to need to commit a Quicksand and the Concussive Palm to stop the next Lee Sin swing.
With
the spell shield on the Lee Sin. Ooh. So Simply Robin does have an idea here of maybe going for the grappling hook just to pop this spell shield. Make it a little bit easier to answer this Lee Sin on the next swing, but just goes for the palm instead. Pops the spell shield. Has the 2 mana available because of the Font of Power that was used. That buff is still carried over from this round.
Ooh.
2 mana grappling hook. Calling out Smooth Swallowist Lee Sin here. Grappling hook would save the Akshan, the Lee Sin with 1 HP, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you use the Absolver here on defense, you lose out on that OTK potential with the Overwhelm.
Mm-hmm.
Smooth Swallowist is on 3 copies of Absolver, however. So this does feel really bad. You're throwing all of your reserve mana also down the drain.
Forced to use both to get the barrier, especially as well. So really unfortunate there. And really good from Robin, kind of squeezing out the resources from Smooth, putting him in a tough position when he knows he hasn't kind of his back against the wall. And now you have to develop a whole different game plan for this Lee Sin to pop off. No longer has a spell shield, no longer has a protection. And we see the quicksand in hand for Robin as well.
And without any attack buffs, sometimes if Lee Sin gets enough attack power, you don't need the overwhelm, right? You just need to Dragon's Rage the opponent. And with no attack buffs, you're threatening 6 here. Shadow Assassin is very happy to just chill and block down these Sandstone Chargers. Robin could go for Nopify here. You're not really going to find much better targets in this matchup because most everything else happens at burst speed or focus speed. So I do like the Nopify here. As long as you keep open, you know, the Rite of Negation, you know, for the Dragon's Rage, should be fine.
There's a quicksand coming in right away, making sure this Lee Sin can't become too much of a threat on this turn.
Oh, that's so strong. After the spells were committed to give the challenger to Lee Sin, putting the quicksand on it now means he can't challenge and doesn't get the Dragon's Rage unless he challenges an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
The timing there, so godlike from Simply Robin. What a mirror here in game 3.
And of course, with both players bringing this deck to this tournament, they understand exactly how this deck functions. They know exactly how to stop the deck. So it really goes to show how Robin knows exactly what he needed to do to take control of this game, to keep his Lee Sin in check, and found the right timing. I think especially last turn, that was really the pivotal moment, forcing out the Absolver. And having so many ways to take out the Spell Shield, especially.
Shuriman Tellstones, Ruthless Predator, Spirit Fire peels a little bit of attack power off of this, but now we've got the Horde, we've got the Spell Shield onto the Lee Sin. Double Palm is Smooth Swallowus only out against this, but Simply Robin is running the Rite of Negation. Smooth opted for Deny, but Simply says, I like Rite of Negation better. Now you get to clear this whole stack.
Double Palm is committed here. Or maybe just going to be the Spirit Fire into the Palm instead. You have mana for only 2 of the plays, not for everything. And yeah, that's not going to be enough even.
Palm, yeah, it's still lethal.
Unfortunate for Smooth, that's the end of his run. 6 damage being committed. Nothing else Simply Robin has to do here other than click OK. And that's going to be the case. Robin will be advancing into the grand finals after winning the Akshan, Lee Sin, mirror. A mirror we don't get to see very often, but seems to be a very complicated one that has a lot of back and forth there as well.
Yeah, I didn't realize if you palm and stun Lee Sin out of combat, the Dragon's Rage still resolves.
Yeah.
Because it's not a combat-based effect.
It's just once it's in,
it's just a spell that gets put on the stack because it's like Siphoning Strike and Concerted Strike, where it can be assigned to its main and secondary targets from anywhere. So very, very hard fought mirror match. Both players were on a super even keel the entire time. So that's probably the best outcome we could have hoped for as casters and for the viewers at home, where when both players are playing the same deck, the same archetype, and can just one side doesn't run away with it immediately. Very well played from both Smooth and Simply Robin there.
We've had many mirrors are just non-games. It's just one player draws the right cards in the right order, the other player doesn't, and that's basically it. But it did come down to the very end. It did come down to, I think, a very back and forth and very interactive. You know, Lee Sin kind of memed it as being a very non-interactive deck.
Yeah.
In this case, in this mirror match, not so much the case. Very, very fun one. And Robin finds his way. You know, the reverse sweep actually comes through. He was 0-1 down in this losers final, able to win the next 2 games and now make it up into that grand finals up against Lear. So the German players coming in clutch. Smooth taking, a bit off that pedestal. I think he was kind of the reigning and most impressive German player in the last few months for sure. But now there are other contenders trying to make a name for themselves as well. Lear especially last week, now this week as well. So very, very excited to see if Lear is able to do it yet again in this week, or if Robin can also win his first Fight Night tournament in that grand final. We'll find out after this very short 3-minute break, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just saw a completely, once again, ridiculous set. Every single best of three that we've spectated on today's broadcast has been filled to the brim with back and forth action. And finally, we've got Lear versus Simply Robin. Simply Robin fought back up from the lower bracket. Strong German player in his Fight Night debut, going up against Lear, who's trying to take that back-to-back victory. This is, sticking with the theme, another rematch from the winners finals. Lear looking to defend his title, also from Germany, rocking that triple Demacia EU special.
And in this rematch, it was a 2-0 sweep for Lear. So it seemed to be a convincing win in that winners final. We'll see if Lear can repeat the same coming into this next matchup, the grand finals now. Quick reminder for viewers that might not be aware or might not be familiar with what this kind of format entails. There is going to be a possibility for a bracket reset. Robin has to win this series, and then he'll have a chance to win the whole tournament by winning the next series as well. This is because Robin has already dropped down to the losers bracket. He lost one life essentially, whereas Lear has had a perfect tournament until now, has maybe lost a game here and there, but has not lost a full round yet, and so has not lost his that life that he has, which is why Robin is forced to win not one best of three but two coming into this grand final. So it's gonna be difficult, especially I think we always talk about it when it's a rematch, especially you're coming in with the idea of I've already lost this player. In this case, I've lost 2-0. Can I turn it around in one series and then do it again on the next one as well? We're going to find out. There might be some adaptation when it comes to the bans. We actually saw it today. Usually it's not the case. We kind of talk about it always, but it just doesn't end up happening. But in this case, we actually saw players changing their bans and trying to find for different results in series that they might have lost in the past. So we're going to see. We're going to see what this pick and ban phase entails and exactly what to expect from each of these players' lineups.
With a little bit of familiarity, maybe you can find better lines versus triple Demacia, right? Because not only are these strong, solid, well-rounded archetypes that Lear has brought, there's also a massive factor that comes into play considering your opponent's play style. There are some very aggressive Sivir Akshan players, and there's some more methodical players, which Lear certainly falls into that latter category. And if you can find lines where maybe you can call out a Rite of Negation early or play to a Golden Aegis out, find those sorts of gaps in the game plan, maybe you can find the victory, especially in the rematch.
This is One Deck Scouts, is the second deck, a deck we haven't seen actually played yet today, at least not on stream. I think it's a deck that also is a bit of a ban magnet overall, one of those boogeyman decks that a lot of players with their lineups just aren't really prepared to face and instead will opt to ban it instead. Looking at the deck list itself, Shield Duran is the one card that maybe has kind of fought for its spot in the last few weeks and months, and I think for the most part earned it when we see how well it's able to protect things like Misfortune or even just make Broadwing a win condition in its own. But is there any other card that you think kind of jumps out to you here, Skarsnik?
There's the war between Cytherea the Bold and Genevieve at the top end, I think, as always, with these lists. Lear opting for a little bit more of a heavier build, squeezing in 2 Bold and 2 Genevieve means that you have to cut something, and so is only on 2 sharp sites. So a little bit less resiliency against lists that have a lot more removal, but just stronger top end, more explosive plays that can bring you back into a game you might lose.
Looking at now the third deck that Lear has brought to this tournament, it won't be Demacia actually in this case, so veering a bit off of his usual strategy that we saw last week, and it will be the Zoe Aphelios Vi deck. And compared to the Bard version that has a similar idea with Winding Light, this version seems to be just much more efficient at what it's trying to do. Floods the board with very cheap units very quickly, has Winding Light on turn 7 for an explosive win condition, and just in case that wasn't enough, if you have to do a little bit more homework around the sides after Winding Light has done his job, you have Mystic Shots and you have Get Excited to put in the extra work, the extra burn to finish the game off.
The addition of Vi, also very strong in this archetype, giving her Overwhelm is just absolutely huge. And the one of Celestial Trifecta, we've seen in and out of certain builds of Winding Light, P and Z. And this is kind of like how Lulu, Yordles, and Arms would have one treasure trash at the top end sometimes. You just need some Hail Mary extra injection of value in games where things go really grindy, where things go wrong, maybe in the mirror where your opponent's able kind of to, keep up with you tit for tat. You have that final burst of, well, I have a destroyer, so GG.
I think it's good to have like kind of that mental idea as well in the back of your head, where if this goes wrong, if this game doesn't really function, I still have this to fall back on. If I'm lucky, I have a top deck to hope for going to the late game as well. The bans going through there, and now game one
Quick
queuing
bans.
in right away. The players know what they want and know what they don't want to face up against. Akshan Lee Sin versus Aphelios Zoe Vi to start off this game one. Reminder, if Lear wins this 2-0 or 2-1, the tournament is over. He is our back-to-back Fight Night champion. If Robin is able to do it, he has to do it again after the series concludes.
And with this deck, again, it's a Targon deck, but doesn't have the Hush or anything like that. There's no reactivity, no way to stop the Lee Sin. However, compared to the Bard variant, there is a lot more pressure in the early mid-game as you build up towards the Winding Light. So I'll have to see, if this variant of Winding Light gives Lee Sin perhaps a bigger problem.
And, Scarjic, I think really today's Fight Night has showcased, why these players are so good. I think we haven't seen a Zoe on turn 1 or an Akshan on turn 2 in every single game we've casted with these champions in these respective decks.
It's just been so strong. Simply Robin opting for Eye of the Dragon. So both are just chilling. We've got Zoe coming through early. Lear, you have to remember as well, last week took an incredibly oddball line. Had some aggressive lines with Flame Chompers and Sump Dredger, the ability to push through big bursts of 4 or 6 damage, and just saying no. Passing, burning their opponent's mana, and building towards a Zoe win condition instead. And I wonder if that's what Lear's already thinking about for this Lee Sin matchup.
Just as I said that last comment, I noticed that we are actually playing against Akshan Lee Sin, and Akshan did not come down on turn 2, so immediately I was incorrect in what I just stated. It was actually no Akshan on turn 2, weirdly enough.
So that means that Lear is space jamming Simply Robin, absorbing the protagonist's energy to have the champions on curve here instead. And Simply Robin is going to have to do without.
And Winding Light is here as well. So really, I think the trifecta, not the celestial one, but the trifecta of threats that you want to have developed throughout the early, the mid game, and the late game in this deck. What you really need is now just the filler units, the units that you want to buff up with Winding Light to get the Overwhelm on and to create a menacing board on turn 7 when that attack token is available for Lear. And thankfully for Lear, that turn 7 is going to be an attack token, so he's going to have that explosive turn 7 play ready to go.
This is a very long pause for Lear. There's a second Aphelios in hand, so you're still considering maybe trading away this first one to clear the 3/3 if Simply Robin has the Shapestone or Twin Disciplines here. You're maybe happy to just get that out of the way. Either way, you're still going to do your Zonai Urchin, Flame Chomper, just wide development regardless, but Robin lets it through. This doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't a buff, but simply Robin maybe just opting to say, well, I get my 1-for-1, and that's really all I care about is getting Aphelios off the board.
Now the attack here on the Eye of the Dragon, hoping to take it down, but of course Simply Robin is going to try his best to defend this, try and keep this stalling unit alive. The Dragonling Generator that can keep him in the game and really fighting off against the chumpier units that are going to be available for Lear before we get at least into that turn 7 that will become much, much more menacing.
Wow. So getting the Calibrum, putting a threat down on the Eye of the Dragon. It was correct. There was a buff in the hand, saves it to protect Eye of the Dragon from the Calibrum. And now we have another one coming through.
And you do want to go
for the attack first.
Yeah, I guess it does really matter which of the two you end up targeting here. I don't think there's any relevance. If this was targeting with Guiding Touch, that would be different, of course, because of the damaged 1/3. But in this case,
true.
I'm
yeah.
not sure
So you would go for the undamaged one, for if there was I think Robin's not on Ionian Tellstone. Robin's only on Shreem and Tellstone, so there's no like healing potion to go with the Twin Discipline. So yeah.
No Dragonlings yet, which means no Crescendum yet either. Maybe Robin hoping to say, hey, there's going to be a Crescendum first, and then I can try and get my second Dragonling, but not going to be the case. And Lear just happy to pass and not give that opportunity to Robin to have that generated.
Yeah, approaching this matchup from a a rare standpoint. A lot of aggressive players who were doing well versus Lee Sin were trying to pass the knowledge down to the other aggro players. Like, the secret to beat Eye of the Dragon is to pass a lot, and it seems so counterintuitive, right? But Lear actually, we thought was going to be focusing on the Zoe level up condition, actually sacrifices it here to take one Eye of the Dragon out of the equation, and is going to start building up for the Winding Light. Now that we have Zonite Urchin, Flame Chomper, and Dusk Petal Dust.
Is it time, Skarzik, for another unlicensed innovation?
You're going to give it all. What a hero. Thank
Finally.
goodness.
Between this tournament and last week's tournament, we have seen unlicensed innovation picked at least 12 times. And I'm not exaggerating here.
Yeah, these players like love to peruse the black market, but now it looks like this is going to be where we want to see it. Simply Robin once again not activating Eye of the Dragon. Dust Petal Dust, the Winding Light, full board of overwhelmed damage now being presented versus Simply Robin. 10 mana available. Hopefully we've got some concussive palms here, Panda.
I think hopefully more than concussive, because I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. This is a whole lot of stats, a whole lot of overwhelm. Might not be game winning, but this is just the beginning. This is the first attack coming in. Even if you can, stop this damage from coming through with quicksand, with concussive palms, all this does is stall out. This board is going to continue being here and not going to be removed. There's no ruination. There's no way to just completely eliminate every single one of these units. So what can you really do here?
All right, so we've got one quicksand, couple more spells, retreat, Will of Ionia. So now we are living at 5 HP. We currently have Get Excited in the hand.
Pale Cascade can push one extra bit of damage. I'm not sure it matters, because if you have to draw burn to win the game anyway, that burn's going to be at least a Mystic Shot, so it's going to be a 3 and 2 anyway. So I think there's no real need to push it down to 4. I guess depends on the blockers. Next turn depends on kind of looking at further down the line and seeing if that matters or not. But maybe it's more relevant as a way to maybe save a unit later down the line and save this mana especially.
I kind of like just pushing the damage and drawing a card here, I think.
I guess because the card can be a burn spell possibly as well.
There's really no other things in the hand that make it easier to proc the Pale Cascade. Now with Retreat and Return, we get Eye of the Dragon back into play, so we get a Dragonling. And so trying to fight from 5 is going to become fighting from 7, going to become fighting from 9. And we'll have to see if Lear still has a wide enough level of threat against Simply Robin's next handful of top decks. Predict draw is the key.
There's a whole lot of mana, and your board is already full, Skarzik. What very expensive spell can you play to dump your mana into? Well, Give It All is definitely going to be an option. Might not be a good one, though. Very true. Because Renegation is
Simply Robin isn't... Here's the thing, right? When your opponent plays a Ferris Fancy, you're like, oh no, my opponent has maybe a Shock Blast or something.
Maybe an unlicensed innovation.
Picked up an unlicensed innovation. Maybe a Sunburst. And Simply Robin has to spend a lot of mana to stabilize here.
Robin is, of course, going to have 2 copies of Renegation in his
deck.
No,
don't sacrifice. There is a second one in hand, I guess. But I would 100% take this 3 damage and play towards the Give It All. Because you can play Zonite Urchin and still have mana up for the Give It All to pass priority back to Simply Robin. Because then you also get to share the overwhelm from the Winding Light with everything. So you don't need to set up a second one. Pale Cascade comes through to trade into the auction. So no Give It All here. One more buff for good measure.
Maybe a few, just in case. Just to make sure. Is 9 damage enough?
When all is said and done, Lear takes 3 damage anyway, but gets a lot of important resources out of Robin, I suppose.
And the board will once again be full and ready for the second Winding Light to come down. Aphelios levels up just in case you need that extra bit more of value to finish things off on the next turn. Dragonling being threatened, I'm not sure she will be able to survive yet another attack on her with Crescendum, or Calibrum rather, and that will be the case. Taken down, no Dragonlings now available for the next turn.
If we want to, we can go just with the Boom Baboon. But it's the same issue, right, Panda? Like we talked about, where taking open attacks versus Ionia and Shurima are never as good as it looks. So you're committed to the Winding Light from this position. So I guess you're just going to say, I play the Boom Baboon here. We've got Star Chart into Winding Light to overwrite one of these 2/1s, and then just go, ooh, wait, no, ooh.
Well, I mean, the damage is already there. Sands of Time comes in.
See, I thought the Winding Light was definitely going to come through there. You're pushing at least 3 damage, I suppose.
This makes it so that Robin can no longer play anything on this turn, or else he will be at the mercy of Get Excited. So has to now sit back and watch as the board continues being redeveloped. This gives Lear kind of just... He's a very safe player. We saw it last week as well with the lines he took, and he's showcasing it yet again. End round
just
is available.
Going for these very specific forks, saying, you know, I don't need to go for a burn plan if I don't need to, if I can just continuously pressure using my board.
I guess there's not really anything to use Give It All effectively, but I think the idea of using Get Excited, if it gets denied Rite of Negation, then you have Give It All maybe available for the next Rite of Negation. But instead, I think he's going to opt to just play Some Treasure instead. He's going to try and maximize his board for the future turns, especially.
You can save Ferris Financier. Maybe it gives you like a Shock Blast or something, or a True Shot Barrage to get there if things go really awry. But still a lot of threat in play. Simply Robin has Absolver in the hand, has the Font of Power to draw 2 cards, gets the second Rite of Negation.
Has to be an immediate Gravitum into Crescent Strike, I assume, just making use of the slow speed actions you have, especially as a target player. You're going to maybe need that when you don't have a way to answer at faster burst speed, whereas Akshan can definitely become a problem at faster burst speed, like Absolver, for example.
If you're going to Gravitum, it's better to do it on the Vagabond, maybe, because it carries over to the start of the next round when you use it on a follower. But actually just puts it on the Akshan instead.
We're just trying to survive here. I think he knows that next turn, next round, he wins no matter what, considering all the options he has. Really just trying to make sure there's no cheeky Absolver and kind of weird combo where we can lose here, despite being at 16 HP.
Because the Vagabond doesn't have quick attack, so if it does try to swing in with the Absolver, you can maybe buff up. Yep.
And that's it. The surrender
Robin
comes
may be thinking, ooh, I probably should have denied that. Maybe try to find like an attack power there, try to get some damage through, but who knows? Just too far behind, right? Just that wide board, even with taking a less aggressive line. No Give It All, no second Winding Light, still comes out ahead just because of the amount of pressure and recognizing that.
And Lear there, I mean, the not developing the second Winding Light was a bit odd, but already last week you can tell from the way he plays, it might be even just being so safe and so kind of academic in the way you approach the turns, where you're not taking any risk, you're kind of playing everything by the book, that it's maybe a hindrance because you sometimes go too far down that line, and maybe there was no punishment for developing the second Winding Light and just winning the game outright. So something that maybe he has to look into in future, thinking about kind of becoming the best player he can be. We've seen many times before in tournaments where players are too safe. They're respecting their opponent too much, either as a player or in their hand or in that matchup, and get punished for not taking risks occasionally or not taking lines that might have some bit of a problem, but you have to take at some point.
This is a play style that does give you a lot of success, especially like when you look at the long term. You're going to win more games on average, I think. And sometimes by playing a little bit looser, playing a little bit wilder, you also catch your opponent off guard and maybe they kind of get tripped up in their lines of thought, and you can find some wins there. But again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is all speculation. Lear is currently giving their opponents the business and is going to continue to do so, opting for a very aggressive line with the Sandstone Charger here. Broadwing gets to pull this Ahri, and we're going to push 7 more damage on round 3.
And this match, I mean, you have to imagine that, you know, despite the recall effects, the loss of tempo and trying to save units with recalls, because there are just so many challengers, so many, you know, merciless hunters, so many ways to push damage. It's, you know, the ghost blockers are going to be great in terms of you can recall units and just ghost block maybe like the ephemerals, for example, and you're fine. But Lear's going to put in a lot of pressure onto this board from Robin. I'm not sure he has the tools to take care of this.
And Lear also not trying to go for any sort of shenanigan against the Ahri. Doesn't have a line. If you block the Ahri, she just attacks anyway and swaps away before you can damage back. You can't block the Dancing Droplet. There was no mana for Sharp Sight there, so Simply Robin gets another draw. Has double deny for the Golden Aegis, but there's still a lot of pressure in play. Is Robin going to go down to 4 HP here? You can't sacrifice the Ahri. She's your only lifeline of value for this matchup.
Well, there's a Golden Aegis possibility. You also can't dip under 4 mana at this point in time, and pretty much any point from now on, because there will be the punish now available in hand. Ahri being sacrificed here, and, you know, I think it's for a good reason. You can't go down to 4 so early on.
Absolutely wild, aggressive tempo. Sivir Akshan sometimes ends up being the beatdown in very specific matchups and can struggle to get there, right? They want to be aggressive, but they're drawing a lot of heavy drops, a lot of value cards, and can't like beat down the opponent the way they want. But Lear knows his role in this matchup and is getting the draws to accomplish it. The question now, you can see Lear is considering the rally, and I think Simply Robin, with this hesitation, is picking up on that read.
And the biggest thing is that, you know, at some point you're going to have to pull the trigger on this. You're going to assume your opponent also knows that, you know, the value of this Golden Aegis, and there's nothing else you can dip your mana into if you're Lear. I think maybe that's why he's saying, hey, I don't want to burn my mana here. I'm the one trying to be aggressive. I can't just stall out a whole turn here. So it's in my favor to just go for it. If they have it, they have it, you know, and in this case they did. And maybe Lear showcasing a bit more oomph with his play now, just going for it and saying, maybe I just win outright if you don't have it here.
Exactly. You either win outright or you keep everything neutral. You're already ahead on board, so you're forcing your opponent to spend 4 mana for your 4 mana, and then you just keep developing and maintaining your lead and building it from the current board state and position.
Mark of the Storm coming through just to take off the spell shield now onto the Sivir. Go Hard is in hand, but I believe none have been played yet, if I'm not mistaken, Skarsing, and that means that Pack Your Bags is very, very far away. And considering the HP total on the Nexus for Robin and the board right now, I think Pack Your Bags might not see the light of day here in this game too.
Yeah, way too slow. We'd have to get super lucky, right? One Go Hard, the next one's on the top, the next one's on the top. It'd have to be a very heavy concentration. I've only seen that a couple times where the Go Hard just is shuffled essentially into the top cards of the deck like you played a Trapper.
You're considering here the punish of playing a Sharp Sight blocker onto the Conspirator. That's 1 less blocker for next turn. You have still quite a bit to work with. Still only decides to commit the Sivir here as a blocker, and you have Sharp Sight to go above here, and there's nothing else that Robin can do here. The hand actually doesn't have a second combat trick to go beyond and above, and even if it did, Lear still has mana for the second Sharp Sight.
Has mana for the Sharp Sight to live against the Go Hard. Getting the Kennen out of the way means that Mark of the Storm is not going to be part of the next couple rounds to stop this wide board. That is how Ahri Kennen survives versus these aggressive board-based stacks, is by using Mark of the Storm to stun, to sidestep the rallies, to control the big attackers, and also to just ping down some of the smaller swarms. 1 and 2 HP targets just get absolutely farmed by Kennen.
Breaking Sands being committed first here, then possibly into a Petricide Broadwing with still 3 mana available for 1 iteration of Absolver, maybe the Quicksand as well. The double blocker here, great play with the Wayfinder here for Robin.
Finds a Dancing Droplet, not a Kennen, unfortunately, but has the Willow. Knows the Droplet's going to go down to the Broadwing. Instead of drawing a card, bounces the Kinko. So now we get another summon off of it. And now Kennen does enter the battlefield and is leveled up. We've got a beautiful swing here. Just going to try to keep this board under control, force some blocks. We've got a lot of ephemeral blockers as well. Great defense for Sivir Akshan. But as soon as this swing happens, Sivir Akshan forces you to trade your entire board away just to live. It's very difficult to claw your way back into the game.
Mm-hmm. Sivir level up as well, so the Absolver becomes a threat on the next attack token turn if there is one even. So, I mean, just everything going in favor for LoR, and I think understandably so. This is a matchup that Akshan Sivir comes into it. They have control tools with challengers. They have ways to just mount pressure that maybe Ahri Kennen is not really prepared to deal with as well. So,
and LoR, again, very pragmatic, recognizes it's not lethal, doesn't want to give any sort of value trades up. Going to keep this 2-1 alive. Trust that this is going to be enough to fully solidify control of the board. Godwillow Seedling has a Kinko Wayfinder inside of it. So once this hatches in a couple rounds, we will get another couple blockers, but might just be too far behind.
Mark of the Storm played out here. Can't do much of anything, just putting that first mark on the Sivir for future use.
Yep, has the Wayfinder now. Can get even more draws. I was wondering if the Kennen would come down first, but you got to keep track, right? We've seen some grindy games happen with Ahri Kennen where you actually run out of 1-drops. Maybe trying to keep track of like how the Kennens are actually going to come out here. Barrier goes onto the Broadwing, gives you very strong blocks, and with the second Mark of the Storm, we can deal some damage to the Sivir, and then attack with the Kennen. You generate a Mark of the Storm when you attack, and again when you're blocked. So if this Kennen goes is defended against, we then have access to a third Mark of the Storm to try to ping this board down and keep it under control. Merciless Hunter with its fearsome is very, very difficult for this deck to deal with consistently.
Reminder, this is going to be match point for LoR. Currently 1-0 up in this series. Currently the player that has not lost a series all tournament long, so is coming in from the winner side of the bracket. If he wins this next game, he will be our back-to-back Fight Night champion. Second week in a row, dominating the field. He's close, but he's not there quite yet. Ahri Kennen is trying to put up a fight, is trying to mount their own attack coming into this turn 8.
When you quicksand the Ahri, not only does she lose the quick attack, she loses her ability to swap. So now we get this beautiful trade here, and simply Robin has to back out of this combat. Double Mark of the Storm to stun the Broadwing to save Ahri, retreat to save the Droplet. It lost elusive, but it will still draw a card.
This is fine for LoR, considering, you know, all the resources that are being committed here in terms of, you know, the hand for Robin. You get some extra card draw. You are right, as you mentioned, you're able to return if you wish to on this turn for the Dancing Droplet potentially.
Just plays it out instead.
Or, yeah, I guess either option is fine considering it costs the same
It's the same thing, I guess. Rip no attune on the Droplet. Never again.
Attune. I miss Attune Dancing Droplet.
God, if only Aurelia Azir didn't exist, then imagine Ahri Kennen back when it was strong, because it was supposed to have a Toon Droplet, you know what I mean? Would have been an absolutely ridiculous tier 0 deck. But despite all of that, we've got the keyword share coming through from Sivir. No Will of Ionia, no concussive palm. Once the blockers are assigned, Absolver will come through, and that is going to be LoR closing out a very convincing 2-0 in this rematch. becoming a back-to-back Fight Night champion. Simply Robin, very valiant effort coming all the way back from the lower bracket against some incredibly powerful German players, but the Ari Kennen was just a little bit too hip, dug a bit too far back in the past, and the deck is still in the copium zone.
And we've seen, many players come in and look dominating and win it out, but Lear really seems to be like a player that has that next level stuff. That when you see them playing, you see the lines they take. The lines that sometimes surprise you a little bit. You say, "Is this correct? Is this the better play?" But then it always seems to pan out. It seems to be like one of those players that really is a little bit above the rest of the field. You don't see that very often in Runeterra. I think there's this, very vast layer, or tier of players that are all very, very good. Don't get me wrong, but they're all in that same tier. And then there seems to be players that jump a little bit above, at least for a little while. Maybe they can't keep up that hot form for a long time, but at least for a while, they seem to be a step above it. And Lear really, in the last 2 tournament wins, I think he is on that level right now.
Yeah, Lear, again, is a player that consistently really throws me off as a caster. Very hard to predict, and is also a player that is consistently proven right. Does something really weird on turn 2 or turn 3, and then 10 rounds later, you're like, oh my god, actually Galaxy Brain.
And just very clean play overall. So very excited to see, or to hear rather, some of his insight as we do an interview in a bit. So we're gonna go to a very quick break. As we set that up, don't go anywhere if you want to hear from our back-to-back Fight Night champion. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We are here after the grand finals with our back-to-back winner, Lear. We've got on the line. We're going to be getting to them in just a second. What a great, tournament. And just didn't only drop the one game, actually, against Ace.
Yeah, really no bias, but I think today's tournament was one of the most fun ones we've had in a very, very long time in terms of seeing a lot of offbeat decks, not the super staple decks that we see every single time, every single tournament, and especially these decks coming in and not just losing and being like, oh yeah, that deck is not a meta deck for a reason, but coming in and showcasing why they might be viable, why they might be played in some metas, and things like Victor Karma popping off in a way that only that deck can pop off in a very special way. So really fun tournament, really clean play for most of the players. Maybe the only downside, we didn't get to see much of Broken Ball, which is always a favorite of many of our viewers. But other than that, I think really cool games and a lot of rematches all across the board. So kind of the vengeance storylines, always very fun to tackle as well.
But with that being said, we do have Lear on the line. Congratulations, Lear. How you doing?
Hello. Thank you. I'm feeling really great.
First question, Lear, will be regarding your lineup. We saw a change from last week's lineup, despite being a winning lineup last week. You said, maybe I'm going to change out Faded and come in with the Aphelios deck, with the Winding Light being as strong as it seems to be right now in the current meta. What are your key thoughts in terms of why you changed the lineup, and maybe you think it's better suited for this tournament today? Was there any big reason for that?
To be honest, I wasn't really aware that Aphelios Zoe was a thing. And when I looked at the matchup table, I just realized that it fit way better with Scouts and Akshan Severe than Sensitive.
So reading those matchup tables, trying to sculpt the lineup, do you think that there was any decks that were kind of that you were worried about running into when it comes to running Triple Demacia? It's kind of known for being generally well-rounded into a lot of different ideas, but was there a certain deck that you were like really, really afraid of for this metagame?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Thrall's hard count is my lineup, but I can just ban it. The same with Elise Pego. So a lot of decks that do well in my lineup, they don't go well together in one lineup. So I always have one deck that I can ban and have a pretty good match.
I want to ask as well about your play style. There are, throughout this tournament today and last week as well, we've noticed as casters some lines that maybe we not disagree with, but that kind of caught us off guard, that we didn't expect maybe to some extent. I think chat to some extent also were surprised by some lines. Do you feel you see the game in maybe a different light to some players? Do you feel your play style is a bit more not strange or weird in a bad way, but more in a kind of a different way where you see lines that other players might not, in terms of the average, very good Runeterra player? Do you think you play a bit differently, or do you feel like that might just be kind of an exaggeration on my end?
Maybe sometimes I might be overthinking some silly line. Like last week, for example, I did some silly single combat into a Flame Chompers line where I was thinking about leveling up, and since it wasn't in my hand, right? But yeah, I think definitely that a lot of the top pros you see in like the seasonal playoffs also, I think they are just a little sharper. I tend to forget to play around certain cards or something, and yeah.
So that is one thing you are looking to improve, just keeping your mind, your eyes peeled, your mind open to some of these other lesser seen cards. Is there anything else that you think you want to keep your eyes out for to improve as a player, or something you'd like to really just brag about here? You already won 2 tournaments back to back. Is there something that you would like to really give credit to as your strengths as a player?
Yeah, I think improving definitely my consistency and sharpness, I would say. But I think I'm good at analyzing the data and finding a really good lineup. Also listening my own preferences and playing something that I'm comfortable on, rather than playing like 3 of the best decks. Maybe look on paper the best, but are not for my place.
I'm not sure you can improve your consistency considering you've played 2 Fight Night tournaments and won them both. There's, that's pretty much, as I think my math checks out, it's 100% win rate in the tournaments you've entered. So you can try and improve that, but it might be difficult. Just letting you know right away, in case that might be kind of a different path you want to take in terms of improving something else. But Lear, once again, I think you played great today as well. You had some great lines and overall just very clean play. So it's always cool seeing someone come in, someone that we haven't seen much of, and really come in and perform and surprise us to some extent in a good way. So big props to you. You improve your lineup. No Pantheon Yumi is definitely a plus from my side, I think from Skarsig as well. So keep that improvement going, and hopefully you can be one of the few players that is able to get a triple, 3 wins in a row, which happens very, very rarely. We've seen Marcus do it at the very beginning of Fight Night. I think we've seen Ultraman do it as well.
Was his 3 in a row? I think he was 2 in a row. And then eventually ended up getting like 5 under his belt, but it wasn't in a row.
We'll check the stats. We'll check the long term.
The archive.
But any shout outs you want to give out though, Lear? One last, because obviously I think you've prepped a lot with many players. You want to maybe shout them out as well.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I write articles at Runeterra and do meta reports and guides. And when I started, I was someone without any credibility, and I just basically wrote a city guide and sent it to Jason Grant, and he just gave me a chance to write. And that snowballed basically to me becoming a writer, and then through other corners, also joining ABG and joining this tournament here. And yeah, someone that really helped me a lot is Perko Kurgans. Maybe not many know him, but he's the editor at Runeterra, and he just has really helped me improve my writing style and also believe in myself and improve overall as a person. And then also Balance at we as Helco Balance and me founded the LoR poetry server, Rerun it's called. So you might have seen some poems there. And I also want to shout out Connaison, Solitary Palace, and Monty, who are mods there and also friends of mine. And then the people at ABT, especially Reg, who helped me practice today. And also maybe around the corner, Sorry or Trickster Sorry, you might know him. He's fairly known, but he really just by writing a guide, he inspired me to become a writer myself. So I really appreciate that he was able to inspire me, and maybe I'm able to inspire other people someday as well, with not being the sharpest player of them all, but still able to win.
It's great to hear. I think it's always, I think the Runeterra community is always extremely positive, and all my interactions with that I see on Twitter and social media and overall, it seems there's just a lot of positivity all around. And it's great to see kind of this snowball effect of, this little thing here, this little detail, this, sorry writing a guide or someone giving you a chance can then snowball into you, becoming a great writer and also a great player here that's proven it. As you mentioned, you definitely have the credibility now for sure with these last 2 Fight Night wins. So always great to hear, and it's always great to hear, players kind of thanking others and kind of showcasing why they're able to kind of advance and evolve as players and people as well. So thank you so much, Lear, for the win today, for the play, and for your interview.
Thank you.
And so there you have it, folks. That was Lear once again letting us know that, especially here in the EMEA region, we have a huge staple of just powerful players, smart players that are willing to help and share and scrim with you. If you've been thinking about getting a little bit deeper in the Runeterra scene, dipping your toe into tournaments or any more competitive play, just playing a little bit better to get to master tier, if that's your goal, just reach out to your local top competitor, and they're actually they've got a lot of time to help out anybody who loves the same hobby they do. And Lear again is letting us know right here.
And signups are open for Fight Night as well. So if you think you have a chance to, like Lear, come in and say, I'm going to win 2 Fight Nights in a row, despite other players maybe not knowing me as much, despite not being a proven player, you can come in and just prove that you also deserve a chance to fight among the best players in the region, and maybe do well and make a top 4 or make, win 2 tournaments in a row, I guess is the most hopeful outcome you can go for. Like Lear has showcased, it is possible. It's definitely a possibility that exists. Yeah,
you build up, you find that win, read the data. There's a lot of different ways that you can improve as a player. And don't forget, we're in honestly kind of a grassroots renaissance. There's a lot of different tournaments going on seemingly all the time. There's tons of different accounts. Pay attention to social media. You can find some competitive places to, again, just get some practice in, test some decks, get some scrims down. And I'm really looking forward to, again, the growth of Lear and just the competitive scene of Runeterra overall. But we're kind of chewing the fat here, just talking your ears off, saying how thankful we are for the growth of the scene, but we wouldn't be where we are without the viewers, right? So thank you so much once again for joining us and watching the stream, being here to share in this incredible tournament. But with that all being said, we will be getting out of here, and we'll see you next time. Have a good one.